money dance. I just told the label that I need 100 bands. It's not a Game Boy, but I need it in advance.
All right, good morning, everyone. What a beautiful morning. It is my distinct honor and pleasure to welcome you all to America's Airfield for the premier Joint Base Andrews Air Show. We are truly honored to open our gates to our communities. I am Colonel Juno, the commander of this amazing installation, and I've been calling the National Capital Region my home for over a decade of my career, and I can say the DMV area is one of the best places to be in the world. It isn't just the sites of our nation's capital or the rich histories of Maryland and Northern Virginia. It is all of you that make this area the best in the world. This is our chance to thank you for your support, for your communities, and for your partnership. We couldn't accomplish what we do in our missions without you. This year's theme,
lost the mic.
but we know we stand on the shoulders of giants, and so we honor those that came before us. From the birth of flight at Kitty Hawk to the hypersonic speeds of tomorrow's aircraft, we are excited to share our past, present, and future with you all. While you enjoy the aerial precisions of the Thunderbirds and the wonders of virtual reality, don't forget what moves the seal. It's our people. The air show is a testament to the dedication, skill, and unwavering commitment of our service members from every branch. For decades, we have been your neighbors and part of this community, but also a beacon of freedom and security. Joint Base Andrews is where airmen, guardians, sailors, Marines, Coast Guardsmen, and soldiers carry out critical operations every day without fail. Joint Base Andrews has evolved a lot from its humble beginnings, from the muddy fields and wooden buildings of the 1940s, supporting the P-47 Thunderbolt and the F-80 Shooting Star, to a modern airfield accomplishing internationally significant missions. But none of these missions would happen without our service members and their families, and without your support. Today, you will get a glimpse of the incredible talent, precision, and dedication. We hope we inspire this generation and the next to dream big and to do great things now and in the future. Before I hand the mic over, I would like to thank the sponsors who helped to make our air show a success. Thank you, Andrews Federal Credit Union. I see you all there. And United Airlines serving as the presenting sponsors. Also, a warm thank you to all other sponsors whose donations made this event possible. We are eternally grateful for your unwavering support to our nation's service members. The weekend is going to be a blast, so please enjoy the sights, the sounds, and celebrate the men and women behind it all. Again, welcome to Joint Base Andrews, and get ready for an unforgettable air show. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Commander of the 316th Wing, Colonel June O. Thank you, sir, for those wonderful remarks. At this time, would you please join us for our invocation, being presented today by Captain Charles Hugo.
If you may join me in prayer in your own traditions. Lord, on this second day of our air show, we come to you with gratitude. Gratitude for the success of the events of yesterday, gratitude for good weather, and gratitude for all those who invested many, many hours and resources to make this couple of days a reality. Now we ask you, Lord God, grant all our participants a safe and enjoyable day. Guard our pilots and those who direct them. Give them clear minds and careful hearts, that today might be a day filled with joy, filled with fun, and filled with safety. Bless and look after all our volunteers who are guarding entry control points, controlling crowds, picking up trash, caring for the sick, and all the while missing their loved ones. Bless them with a sense of purpose and our thanks. Finally, Lord, gather our men and women who sacrifice each day to ensure that our world knows peace. And after today's fun activities, take each of us to our different destinations safely. All these things we ask in your holy name. Amen.
Thank you, Captain Charles Hugo. All right, ladies and gentlemen, again, we're just moments away from jumpers exiting high overhead, members of your United States Army Golden Knights. First jump will be a single jumper that'll be coming down. They'll be displaying the American flag. At that time, of course, we'll have our national anthem and get the official first day of Joint Base Air Show 2025 underway. My name is Mike McFarland with David Schultz Air Shows. We're excited to be a part of this exciting weekend. This is an amazing place to be. You're going to see some of the most incredible planes and pilots take to the skies today. We've got a lot to see and do here on the ground as well. Again, we want to encourage everyone, please take care of yourself out here today. Get yourself something to drink, eat, stay well hydrated. Get that sunscreen on, little shade, and make sure you have ear protection as well. It will be noisy throughout the day today. We'll try to give you a heads up when it's time to get those earbuds out, rather. Again, we're excited for this weekend. We know you are. We're looking forward to just a beautiful weekend. Couldn't have dialed up any better weather for the 2025 Joint Base Andrews Air Show. Again, our jumpers will be exiting the aircraft at literally a mile above our heads, screaming towards the earth at about 120 miles an hour. Our target is the black and gold banner you see waving at Air Show Center right out in front of the Thunderbirds. That is the target for our jumpers this morning. Anybody excited for an air show? Been a little while. It's great to be back. We're excited for this weekend. This is going to be an amazing weekend. Again, some of the best pilots, some of the most amazing aircraft. And again, all the history you'll see in the air today is going to be absolutely fascinating. You're going to take a lot of pictures. We want to make sure you share it on Facebook, Instagram, all those great social medias. Let them know, hey, this is the place to be this weekend. Joint Base Andrews. Again, we've got aircraft in the air, members of your hometown heroes. These are aircraft that will represent the 459th Air Refueling Wing. We've got members of the 1st Helicopter Squadron and also members of the 89th. We have got some of your local hometown heroes all in the sky today to be a part of this opening day one of this amazing air show. Some of the amazing pilots and things you'll see out here today. You heard us talk about the United States Army Golden Knights. You'll see the United States Naval Academy jumping out of an aircraft today. Robert Smittle. Robert is ex-military, flies an amazing demonstration in the Pitts aerobatic aircraft. We've got Warbird Thunder. These are 2 North American SNJs, naval versions of the advanced trainer used during World War II. You're going to see these aircraft in 2-ship aerobatic formations. That is really, really amazing because during World War II, pilots were told never fly aerobatics below 3,000 feet. And you're going to see these 2 aircraft never get above 3,000 feet, putting on an amazing demonstration, Warbird Thunder. We'll get more World War II aircraft into the skies, the C-47 Skytrain. This aircraft was listed as one of the main reasons by General Eisenhower that we won World War II. Of the 7 things he listed, this aircraft was number 2 on that list as to why we won World War II. So again, you're going to see this aircraft. You're going to see the iconic P-40 Warhawk, made famous, of course, by the American Volunteer Group, better known as the Flying Tigers. They're going to be flying today. You're going to see this iconic aircraft in the sky, probably one of the most recognizable look of an aircraft from World War II with the tiger shark mouth on the front of the aircraft. Again, more great history. The United States FA-18F Super Hornet demonstration. This is an amazing aircraft. Again, if you watch Top Gun Maverick, you watch this aircraft, this was the type of aircraft you saw in the movie. You're going to get a chance to see an incredible demonstration by the Super Hornet. Wing Walker Sam. Samantha's going to be up there with her husband, Mike. This is a husband and wife team. He actually lets his wife get on top of the aircraft and wing walk. It's an amazing thing to see. It takes us back to the early days of aviation. Back in the 1920s and 30s, you're going to get a chance to see Mike and Sam perform for us today as she gets up on top of the wing and stands there, holds on, and goes through all these aerobatic maneuvers on the outside of the plane. It's absolutely fun to watch. We'll get more history in the sky. The B-25J Panchito, one of the most beautifully restored Mitchell bombers from World War II. You're going to see this aircraft in the sky. It's amazing to think that 16 of these aircraft, land-based medium bombers, were put on an aircraft carrier, the USS Hornet, and taken over to bomb Japan just 4 months after December 7th, 1941. It was one of the most incredible missions ever put together. Even though it didn't do a lot of damage to the Japanese as far as bombs, what it did is give us a big morale boost and also made the Japanese keep fighter squadrons in Japan to defend the homeland. They had never been attacked before in their own homeland. It was the first time it ever happened, and the aircraft you see flying here today represents those aircraft that took part in that incredible mission in April of 1942. Aaron Delu, flying the extra 330 rather. This aircraft, again, is an amazing high-performance aerobatic aircraft made with light composite material. You'll see things this aircraft will do that you would never dream you'd see an aircraft be able to do. Because of the new lightweight materials, the thrust-to-weight ratio on our aerobatic aircraft are absolutely amazing. And the aircraft can perform aerobatics that really only RC aircraft could ever do. It's wild to watch. You'll not want to miss a single moment of watching Aaron as he gets into the skies in the extra 330. More military hardware takes to the sky in the United States Air Force C-17A Globemaster III. This is a workhorse aircraft that can literally get supplies and personnel into almost any location around the world. It is an incredible aircraft, and the demonstration you'll see will prove just how versatile this aircraft really is. R.J. Gritter in the Decathlon. The Decathlon is an aircraft that's legendary in the world of aerobatics because it has trained so many pilots to learn how to do aerobatics. That's primarily what the aircraft was designed to do. It can also be used for sport aviation and a lot of fun to fly anyway, but it's an aircraft that really is one of the first stepping stones that an aerobatic pilot would take to learn the art of aerobatics. He's going to put on an amazing demonstration in this aircraft that is really fun to watch because he does it with half the horsepower that everybody else does. So RJ with us this weekend in the Decathlon, an amazing demonstration. Great to have him here. We have the T-33 Acemaker. Aaron Collier is with us this weekend. The T-33 is the very first jet trainer ever used by the United States Air Force. It was designed after the P-80 Shooting Star, and it was one of the first operational jets. But of course, at that time, we had no jet trainers. Everything was piston powered, had a propeller in front of it. So what we had to do was come up, obviously, with jet training aircraft. And the T-33 was developed from the P-80 Shooting Star, the fighter version, by stretching the fuselage about 3 feet, adding that extra seat, and she became a legendary trainer. As a matter of fact, one of the most used jet trainers in the world. So what a great another piece of history we'll see as the T-33 will take to the skies. Mike Goulian in the EA-330, again, another extra aircraft. Mike has been flying air shows for over 25 years. He is a master in the world of aerobatics. Again, watching and doing things that we just can't fathom. He's able to do it, pull it off. It's absolutely fun to watch, absolutely amazing. You'll not want to take your eyes off him for a single second. And of course, still coming up, the United States Air Force Thunderbirds. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an amazing weekend. Some great pilots, some amazing planes. We want you to avail yourself of all the activities out here today. Check out all the vendors. We've got a kids play zone. We have the inflatable slide. You'll see the space shuttle inflated back over there. Bounce around. The kids will love it. Burn off some calories. They'll sleep really well tonight. Let them have some fun over in the kids' play zone. Plus, we're going to have Heritage Leadership Forum. These are going to be meetings where you'll get a chance to get up close and personal to some amazing people who have been a part of our military throughout the years. We want to encourage you to stop by and check out the American Heritage Leadership. These are, again, a chance to get up close and personal. These Heritage Leadership Forums, they'll start at 12 noon today, and they'll have different colonels that'll be our lieutenant colonels that you can meet up close and personal, hear their stories, and learn some amazing things from some of these amazing people who have served our nation so well. Again, these are Heritage Leadership Forums, and they'll get underway starting at noon today. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're just minutes away from our first jumper out of the plane on his way down. Again, this will be an amazing sight as you look high overhead. Smoke on, air and deluge across the sky. Ladies and gentlemen, please, at this time, stand and join us. Remove your hats. What an amazing sight. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, please join us for our national anthem.
Can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the brave and the home of the brave.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day one of the 2025 Joint Base Andrews 2025 Air Show. Watch now as our jumper comes down at a pinpoint target landing. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for our jumper. Great job, United States Army Golden Knights. Come on, give it up. Andrews, he can hear you up there. What a beautiful sight, ladies and gentlemen, as we kick off day one of the 2025 Joint Base Andrews Air Show. As you heard me mention earlier, an incredible lineup of planes and pilots this weekend. It's going to be an amazing day. The sky is beautiful, crystal clear. This is what we call severe clear day. Couldn't have dialed up a better weekend for this weekend's air show. We're so excited you're here. We know you're ready for some fun and excitement as the sky will soon be filled with aircraft, again, dating from World War II all the way up to our modern military aircraft of today. Again, we want to remind you, take care of yourself. Be good to you. You're the only you out there. So make sure you drink plenty of fluids. Get your earbuds. Make sure you protect your ears, protect your body. Drink sunscreen. Get something, cover if you need it. We do have first aid available on the ramp area if you need to. But if you take care of yourself, hopefully, you won't have to avail yourself of that. We've got so much to see and do. We're excited. We're glad you're here. And let's keep an eye to the sky. Excited to be here. You better believe it. Aaron Deli taxiing back in. We're going to see him again a little bit later on in this incredible aircraft. Aaron, again, coming to us from the land down under, originally from Australia. He's got an amazing pilot, an amazing friend. Got a chance to work with Aaron. This will be the fourth air show this year with him, and he is just an amazing pilot. Fun to watch, and we want to thank him for being a part of our opening ceremonies. That was a beautiful sight, wasn't it? Plane circling around the jumper, absolutely beautiful. Perfect weather, perfect sky. Could have dialed it up and made it any better than we are enjoying right now. Again, we want to encourage you to stop by, see some of the amazing aircraft on static display. We have a number of them that are open. You can get in the C-5 Galaxy, the C-130, the KC-135, the KC-46, one of our newest air tankers with us this weekend. Take a look on the inside of these amazing aircraft. This is your chance to get up close and personal to all this military hardware that we see in the news and we hear about, but we don't often get a chance to get this close to them. So this is your opportunity to come by and ask questions. Take a look at these amazing aircraft, and if you're interested.
The early days of flight to the first step on the moon, man has relied extensively on a small deceleration device known as the parachute. Created initially to save a pilot's life as he jumped from his disabled aircraft, parachuting has evolved through modern aviation technology to become the extreme sport of the 21st century. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Sergeant Clarissa Smith, originally from Rochester, New York. And it has been my proud honor to fly in our nation's colors on this, my 733rd free fall parachute jump. I will describe for you today a demonstration of precision free fall as performed by members of your United States Army parachute team, the Golden Knights. At this time, members of the Black Demonstration Team are circling high overhead in our distinctively painted C-147 aircraft at an altitude of 10,000 feet. The jump master is actually looking out the left door of the aircraft. His head is outside in the wind and the cold. Through a series of hand and arm signals, he is relaying heading corrections to the pilot, maneuvering the aircraft to a precise exit point for the jumpers. Watch closely as you may see the nose of the aircraft move slightly left or right in response to the steering instructions. The jumpers are out and the smoke is on. We now have members of the Golden Knights in free fall, rapidly approaching speeds of 120 miles per hour. The initial part of the formation is called the base, and it forms quickly as the initial jumpers fly their bodies together while interlocking their arms and legs to form the nucleus of the formation. The formation continues to fly at 120 miles per hour as our free fall photographer circles the formation. At 5,000 feet, the team leader will give a signal for the first two jumpers to break away from the formation, while the other jumpers alter their body positions to form 120 mile per hour spirals in the sky. Watch for the parachutes, and there you have the high-flying black and gold of your United States Army parachute team, the Golden Knights. Now, as you may have guessed, these jumpers are faced with a unique situation, a traffic jam in the sky. They must gain vertical separation to allow for individual approaches into the target area. This is accomplished by pulling down on the front part of the parachute and spiraling down at speeds of 60 miles per hour. This enables the jumpers to set up a traffic pattern just like you might see aircraft at a busy airport. At 1,000 feet, the jumper does what is called a wind penetration check, checking his distance and speed across the ground. He then flies a downwind leg, a base leg 90 degrees to the target, and then faces into the wind for a final approach. It takes a great deal of concentration to land dead center on the target. The jumpers keep a close eye on the windsock, located in the target area. Once on final approach, they then shift all their concentration to a small black dot located in the center of the orange X. As this jumper nears the target, watch the minor corrections used in obtaining a beautiful target landing. As this jumper brings the parachute over the target, watch the movements they make with the steering lines, showing you the full flight characteristics of the ram air canopy as they bring it over the target for a beautiful dead center landing. Looking high overhead, you may see that several of our parachutes appear to have become entangled, but that is not the case. These jumpers are performing a facet of the sport called canopy relative work. With the advanced aerodynamic design of these ram air parachutes, they are able to fly their parachutes right next to each other without adversely affecting their flight characteristics. As these jumpers set up their landing pattern, they must keep a very close eye on the windsock located in the target area, as it takes a great deal of concentration to bring these two parachutes and our 900 square foot Army Star drop flag into such a small target area. As the jumpers near the ground, the pilot will give a command of ready brake, and both jumpers will separate for safe, soft, stand-up landings right here in the target area. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our first performance for the day. And on behalf of the entire team, I would like to thank each and every one of you for being such a warm and receptive airborne audience. In closing, I leave you with this final thought. In the future, may all your days be prosperous and your nights golden!
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for your United States Army Golden Knights. That was absolutely amazing. That was a good recovery, by the way. That was a nice stop, drop, and roll. Good job. They did a great job with that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, what you think? That was absolutely amazing. We're going to see more of the Golden Knights a little bit later on this afternoon. So if you love skydiving, this is the place to be. Amazing men, amazing women. What a great organization. Had the pleasure of working with the Golden Knights for a number of years at many different air shows. Great to have them here at Joint Base Andrews. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're underway. We're rocking and rolling, and in just a few moments, some of your hometown heroes will be making their way across the skies. We're excited for the aircraft that'll be flying here for us in just a few moments. Again, this will give us a nice look at some of your hometown heroes. We got members of the 89th Airlift Wing with us today. flying the C-40. You're going to see members of the 1st Helicopter Squadron and the 459th Air Refueling Wing, all a part of as they'll bring their aircraft by. These are some of the planes, of course, that they maintain, operate, and fly. And they're based right here at Joint Base Andrews. Today, more than 1,500 Sam Fox airmen are committed to a mission of delivering diplomacy, safe, comfortable, reliable, connected, and protected. It's 3 groups managing billions of dollars in assets, execute thousands of missions, and fly countless hours worldwide. Each year, the 89th supports over 30,000 passengers and moves more than 9,000 tons of cargo, ensuring American leadership can engage anywhere, anytime. Inbound, ladies and gentlemen, members of the 1st Helicopter Squadron. Their mission is to deliver continuous, immediate response, capability vital to national security, provide priority airlift for national level civil and military senior leadership in the National Capital Region. They support Joint Force Headquarters, NCR Task Defense to Civil Authority, Search and Rescue, and Medical Evacuation. The 1st Helicopter Squadron goes back to August of 1955. They were called the 1401 1st Helicopter Flight, established as presidential support. In July of 1957, President Eisenhower became the first president to fly in a helicopter. In July of 1970, the unit was renamed the 1st Helicopter Squadron. In September of 1980, they reached 100,000 flight hours accident-free, a mark becoming the 1st helicopter squadron ever to do so. And in July of 2025, the squadron celebrated 56 years of excellence. Ladies and gentlemen, the 1st Helicopter Squadron. Ladies and gentlemen, from right here at Joint Base Andrew, America's airfield, please welcome the men and women of the 89th Airlift Wing, proudly representing Air Mobility Command as the Air Force's premier special air mission unit. With the motto of Experto Crede, trust one who has had experience, and the promise that perfection is the standard. The 89th is entrusted to fly America's most important leaders around the globe. The wing's heritage began in 1949 as the 89th Troop Carrier Wing. Since taking on the special air mission in 1966, the 89th has been the face of American air power in support of diplomacy, delivering leadership safely, securely, and reliable around the globe. The mission exists to support the President of the United States and what are known as the top 5 customers: the Vice President, the First Lady, the Secretary of War, and the Secretary of State, and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. To execute these no-fail missions, the 89th operates a versatile fleet of aircraft like the C-32A, the C-40B, the C-37A and B, alongside with Presidential Airlift Group flying the VC-125A. The C-40, ladies and gentlemen, flying past members of your 89th. We hope you enjoy this brief flyby. Remember, from right here at Joint Base Andrews, the 89th Airlift Wing is the catalyst for American diplomacy, executing strategic and diplomatic raids, rapid global mobility operations anytime, anywhere. Now, coming inbound, the KC-135. The 459th Air Refueling Wing, a wing of the Air Force Reserve Command of the United States Air Force, is assigned to the 4th Air Force. The wing flies and maintains the Boeing KC-135 Stratotankers, providing air refueling. The wing, over the years, is a 6-time recipient of the Air Force Outstanding Unit Award. The 459th Air Refueling Wing recruits, trains, and equips its citizen airmen to fly and maintain the KC-135 Stratotanker to help the Air Force protect its interest in the air anywhere in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, from your right, the KC-135. Ladies and gentlemen, how about a round for applause for our hometown heroes, the 89th, the 1st Helicopter Squadron, and the 459th Air Refueling Wing. Your hometown heroes from Andrews Air Force Base. Airshow operational and announcing services are provided to the 2025 Joint Base Andrews Air Show by David Schultz Air Shows of Clearfield, Pennsylvania. This event marks the 36th event of a busy 2025 air show season that will see the company support over 50 aviation events all across the United States. From Naval Air Station Corpus Christi, Texas, to March Air Reserve Base, California, and from the Wildwood Beachfront, New Jersey, to Safford, Arizona, David Schultz Air Shows provides the very best in aviation productions, operations, and announcing to military and civilian venues across North America. For more information on David Schultz Air Shows, please look at our award-winning website, schultzairshows.com, and follow us on social media, Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram. On the deck, ladies and gentlemen, the C-40. Again, these are some of the aircraft you won't see anywhere else in the world, but right here at Joint Base Andrews. Again, we want a big shout out to our sponsors of this weekend's air show. Again, No Bucks, No Buck Rogers. Thank you, Andrews Federal Credit Union. Thank you for your support for this weekend. Stop by their booth. They're located right here at Show Center. They got some goodies you can pick up. Need some shopping bags or something like that? Well, they got them. They got all sorts of good stuff over there. Stop by and tell them thank you for supporting this weekend's air show. That's Andrews Federal Credit Union. AFA, thank you for your support of this weekend's air show. AFA. United Airlines. I took United on my flight up here for this weekend. Thank you, United Airlines, for your support of the 2025 Joint Base Andrews Air Show. A big shout out to Vacation Village. Again, Vacation Village, one of our great sponsors. If you know or work with or deal with any of these companies, please tell them thank you for their support. I know they like to get the feedback from the public. Very, very important. We appreciate them so much. And we want to also say thank you to Verizon and AT&T for bringing out extra cellular towers to support this weekend's event. So again, thank you, Verizon and AT&T. So much to see and do. You want to avail yourself of all the fun and activities out here today. Not only do we have a lot of aircraft on static display, look at this. I mean, we've got the C-5, one of the largest aircraft in the world. It's bigger than a 747, parked on the far north end of the ramp. You can take a tour through this amazing aircraft. Check it out. We got the C-130. We've got the a C-32, I believe, over there. We've got the Osprey, incredible aircraft, those rotating engines. It can take off like a helicopter, and then those engines rotate. You've probably seen a movie with those in there. They're pretty cool. We got two great examples of that. Along with F-35, we have the F-15s parked out here on the ramp. We got a lot of history parked on the ramp. We have a P-51 Mustang, considered by many to be the best overall fighter of World War II. We have a C-54, the aircraft that flew in the Berlin airlift at the end of World War II. Again, this aircraft originally designed as a passenger airliner, something that it would later go on to do after World War II. You can take a tour inside the C-54. It's got a mini museum about the Berlin airlift. You can learn more about the history of this aircraft and how it participated in the Berlin airlift. Check it out. It's the big silver 4-engine aircraft called the C-54. If you've ever wondered what it would be like to be in the cockpit of an aerobatic aircraft, well, you can experience that. Mike Goulian has got a semi-tractor trailer parked right over here by hangar number 4. You can't miss it. The big black and gold trailer, the black 18-wheeler. You can take a flight simulator ride of what it's like to be in an aerobatic aircraft. If you've ever wondered what it might be like, check it out. He's located right over by hangar number 4, the big 18-wheeler. You can't miss it. Go check out that flight experience. It's something you'll remember from this weekend. I'll guarantee it. Coming up this afternoon, starting at 12 noon, we'll have the Heritage Leadership Forums. They'll be taking place in hangar number 2. This will be an excellent opportunity to meet some really amazing people who have been a part of our military, who have done so much. We have Colonel Chuck de Bellevue. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Chuck will be here. Chuck is America's top ace in the Vietnam War and the last ace to serve on active duty in the United States Air Force. He flew 220 combat missions as a Laredo high-speed forward air controller and was credited with the destruction of 6 enemy fighters. Now, to become an ace, you have to shoot down 5 enemy aircraft, and after that, you consider an ace. He shot down 6 enemy fighters in aerial combat in the Vietnam War. He's also the recipient of the Air Medal Distinguished Flying Cross, Legion of Merit, and the Air Force Cross and Silver Star. Along with Colonel Chuck, you'll see J.B. Stone. Colonel J.B. Stone will be there, along with James Bowen in the United States Air Force, Lieutenant Colonel, and Colonel Ethan Bluto Sabin. These gentlemen will be a part of our first Heritage Leadership Forum. This takes place at 12 noon, hangar number 2. From 2 until 2:30, the drill team, the United States Air Force Honor Guard drill team, will be with us. The Air Force drill team mission is to showcase drill performances at public and military venues to recruit, retain, and inspire airmen. They support Air Force Recruiting Service as an official ambassadors in blue. Check it out over by hangar number 2. If you love that precision military with the rifles flipping and flying and all that, it's amazing to watch. Again, the United States Air Force Honor Guard drill team performing at 2 o'clock this afternoon at hangar number 2. If you have not downloaded the official Joint Base Andrews 2025 Air Show app, well, you're behind the curve. Get up to date. Go on your Play Store. Go where you download your apps. It's good on Apple. It's good on Android. All you have to do is go into your app store, dial it up, look for Andrews Air Show, okay? That's the easiest way to find it. Just type in Andrews Air Show. It'll take you right to the app. Download that app. You can use it to get schedules, information about things like the Heritage Leadership Forum that I've mentioned before. You can also walk around. You'll notice on the ramp area we have signs with QR codes. Scan those QR codes. It'll give you more information about what you're looking at there. And again, all the information you need is on the Joint Base Andrews Air Show official 2025 Air Show app. Again, Andrews Air Show. All you have to type in, it'll take you right to the app. Download it. You'll find it super convenient and easy to use. Check it out. What a great thing. I mean, that's one of the first air shows I think I've done. It has its own dedicated app. It's absolutely amazing. Take advantage of it. Also coming up at 2:30 this afternoon at hangar number 2, the United States Air Force Band Max Impact is going to be performing. Max Impact, stationed at Joint Base Anacostia Bowling in Washington, D.C., is one of 6 musical ensembles that form the United States Air Force Band. Featuring 6 active duty musicians, Max Impact regularly presents high-intensity performances throughout the nation and abroad. So check that out. Max Impact performing starting at 2:30 at hangar number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, high overhead members of the United States Navy Academy skydiving team. Great looking over the skies over Joint Base Andrews. Great to have the United States Navy Academy skydiving team with us this weekend. The interesting thing about these parachutes, by the way, they operate exactly the way the Wright brothers' first airplane operated. The Wright brothers' first aircraft that flew in 1903 didn't have ailerons. They would actually warp the wings, twist the wings to turn left or right. These parachutes operate with the same principle. They have control cables that the jumper can use to pull down either to the left or right to steer the direction of flight. What he does is when he pulls down on that control cable, it actually causes the left or right side of the parachute to stall, and that allows him to turn in that direction. So they're fully capable of controlling the direction of flight, and if you keep an eye on them, ladies and gentlemen, as they come down, they'll actually fly a pattern similar to an aircraft. You can get a base, downwind, and final, and as they get close to the ground, watch as they'll pull down on both control cables at the same time. What this causes to happen is for the parachute to stall out, just like an aircraft does right before it touches the ground. This allows the jumper to land on a hard surface and a nice soft landing. Watch now as he gets close to the ground. Watch now, he'll shoot for that target right in front of the Thunderbirds. Again, there's a pull on the right cable, comes down on final. Watch now, pull downs on both control cables at the same time. And there you have a nice soft 2-point landing, ladies and gentlemen. Over the course of 4 years, midshipmen at the Academy complete an undergraduate degree while undergoing continuous morale, mental, and physical military development to prepare them for commissioning. The Naval Academy's parachute team is one of many unique opportunities midshipmen can experience during their 4 years. After trying out during their freshman year, midshipmen spend their time learning both free fall and parachute disciplines to compete in competitions and execute demonstration jumps like the one here today. The team is currently composed of 22 midshipmen that have over 3,500 skydives. The jumpers featured today are from the current senior and junior class and are hoping to commission into various communities such as naval aviation, marine ground, submarines, and surface warfare. Following the demonstration jump, the team will be packing at the south end of the runway and walking around the air show vendors. So go Navy, beat Army. Again, watch as they come down, pulls on both control cables. Look at that. Another perfect landing, ladies and gentlemen. And there's the challenge, the Beat Army flag. The Golden Knights didn't take that too well. I mean, it's on. I mean, it's on like Donkey Kong between the Army and the Navy. And when they saw that beat Army flag, they kind of took that personal. But that's okay. Little friendly competition as our jumpers now make their way towards the target landing. Look at this. Pulls down on both tables. The parachute stalls out, and another nice, perfect landing, ladies and gentlemen. One more jumper to go, ladies and gentlemen, from the United States Naval Academy. Great to have him here this weekend at Joint Base Andrews 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause to your United States Naval Academy skydiving team. And another perfect landing, ladies and gentlemen. A great job by the United States Navy Academy skydiving team. Perfect landings, perfect execution. Great to have him here this weekend with us. As a matter of fact, I want to take just a few moments while we got a moment or two. How many veterans do we have in our audience today? If you're a veteran of any of our armed forces, would you please raise your hand? Veterans, please raise your hand. Now, the rest of us, let's put our hands together. Let's thank these amazing men and women for their service to our country. Thank you. Thank you to all our veterans. You are amazing. Thank you for serving our country. They do it freely, ladies and gentlemen. Nobody is forced to get in the military. We appreciate all of your veterans that are out here today. You guys are amazing. We can't express it enough, believe me. The Golden Knights aircraft, the C-147, landing, touching down, we'll be taxiing in. If you look very carefully at the back of the fuselage, you'll see the door completely removed from the back of the fuselage so our jumpers can exit. We are just getting things warmed up at the 2025 Joint Base Andrews Air Show. Coming up, we've got Robert, call sign Rooster Smittle in the Pitts aircraft. Again, the Pitts, is an amazing aircraft that dates back to the 1940s when it was originally designed by Curtis Pitts. The aircraft, of course, used for sport aviation for many, many years and went on again to dominate the world of aerobatic competition in the 1960s and 70s and is still the favorite mount of many air show performers. As a matter of fact, a number of them will take a basic Pitts aircraft, do some modifications, like give it from 2 to 4 ailerons, which ups the performance, put a little heavier engine out on front, a little more horsepower for kick, and you've got an incredible air show performing aircraft like you'll see here today. And Aaron is with us. Aaron's going to be calling the shots. Aaron, do you ever wonder what is going on up there? Why someone would want to do all this?
No, actually, because I'm his student and I do it too, so we're all crazy.
Well, somewhat crazy, but it's so much fun. So much fun. Aaron, how long have you, now you said you're learning aerobatics?
Yes, I'm learning aerobatics. I've been flying with Rooster for 2 years now. I got my license 2.5 years ago, so I pretty much immediately started flying around with him. So, yes, crazy. And we also have, I'm going to give a shout out, we have another, I know at least one aerobatics student out here, conveniently also named Aaron, but he's here with his family, sitting out here.
Awesome.
Hi, Aaron. Other Aaron.
Awesome. So what got you interested in aerobatics? What clicked that trigger?
I had a hard time envisioning myself only flying around to get the $100 hamburger. So I thought it would be something interesting to do, kind of like a structured flying program, like growing up playing sports, there's different levels and things. So I think it's a good way for people who learn how to fly to kind of level up and have different goals that they can work towards.
Well, and it's also a great way of learning how to become comfortable in an uncomfortable situation.
Exactly. It really helps you envision and learn how to use the airplane in the full envelope and not be... you should still be concerned if you're flying a plane and you're doing things it doesn't want to do, but it at least helps you understand really how far a plane can go before you're really going to be in trouble and what to do if you do get in that situation.
Yeah, because, really, civil aviation, especially, it's a very safe way to fly. And if you understand those principles, those aerodynamic principles, you don't panic as much when that propeller quits spinning or something goes wrong.
Right. It's like, any type of job training. If you have a dangerous job or, you need to work on skill set, you do training. Cops go in the field. They do practice shooting and things like that. So when the event happens, you have some training to fall back on, and you know what to do when you get into unexpected situations.
So do you see yourself maybe one day becoming an air show pilot?
I don't know. We'll see.
Well, I
guess I'm crazy enough. We'll see what happens.
Well, Rooster does. I've seen Rooster before, and of course his videos are online. Some of the stuff he does in that pits is really amazing. I mean, I've not seen a lot of other pits people do some of that type of aerobatics. He's really fun to watch.
Yes, the plane you'll see him fly is rated to +6 and -3 Gs, and Rooster really pushes the entire envelope of that airplane. And here he is. He's going to take off and go out and hold, and then he'll come back around. But the little red plane taking off now, there's Rooster. He really pushes as hard as he can to do all of the things that plane was designed to do. So, yeah, you'll see he tries hard to think up new things all the time. He's always coming in and saying, Aaron, I was working on something the other day. What do you think?
Hey, watch this. Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
exactly.
he'll be climbing out to altitude here in just a few moments. He's what we call an air start. That means that many of our performers actually get into the air and start by already coming down into flight. Some performers will actually start from the ground, and Robert will take his pits. Again, we've been seeing some pretty big airplanes out. He looks pretty small out there, but what you're going to see is some amazing flying as he gets up to altitude. Yeah,
you can probably fit a lot of those pits inside that C5 over there.
A lot of them. You know, one of the interesting things about the Pitts airplane, though, of course, pilots will always tell you you don't stop flying a Pitts until the engine shuts off.
That is correct. That is true with, of course, any airplane, but especially of tailwheel airplanes, and especially of the Pitts. They can be very squirrely, so you want to make sure you're on the rudder the whole time and paying attention.
Well, and because the front landing gear is so narrow, they're not very far apart, so it does make it a little tricky.
Yes, the front landing gear is narrow. The plane is low to the ground. It has a lot of horsepower. Everything's small and quick and happens quickly.
Good or bad, yep. So Robert, again, will be up to altitude here in just a few moments. We're going to get some high-performance aerobatics from him. Now, Robert is ex-military.
That is correct. He is a retired 3-star Marine Corps general. I heard some shouts out. Do we have some Marines in the audience today? Where's my Marine Corps? Right. There we are. I know we're at an Air Force base, but they do let Marines on here sometimes.
All right, we're going to find out the real Marines out there. All right, Semper Fi.
There they are.
Come on, now we found you.
All right. Yes, of course, he always wants to give a shout out to all of our Marine Corps, active duty, reserve, and retired.
A beautiful day, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you're enjoying yourself. This is what we call a severe clear day. I mean, we can still see the moon up there. One of the targets. Got to interview Nick Hague yesterday. That was really cool. Brigadier General.
Yeah, how did that go? What did he have to say?
Yeah, he was with us. Warbird Thunder taking off in the North American SNJs. During World War II, this was an advanced trainer. If you were in the Army Air Corps, it was called the T-6 Texan. The Navy called it the SNJ. These are two SNJ versions of this advanced trainer you're going to see also performing here today.
I have a fun fact for you here. My grandmother was a pilot in World War II with the Women Air Force Service Pilots, and she flew that T-6 that is out here with the Warbird Thunder. So
she actually flew one of them.
Yep, she flew the T-6.
That's awesome. That is awesome.
During World War II.
Amazing. It was an amazing time in our history. It really was.
Indeed. But she flew it when it was a new plane, so that's pretty cool, too.
That's one of the coolest things. You talk about neat things about history in World War II. Was there was a woman that flew the submarine Spitfire.
Yes,
in World War II, and one of the planes that was restored and they flew to her to surprise her was a plane she had autographed during World War II.
Wow,
and she only flew one of them and autographed it. That plane survived.
That's amazing. That's amazing.
She autographed it again 80 years later.
That's amazing. Yeah, so these aircraft are about 80 years old now, but when my grandma flew it, it was only 6 months old.
Yeah, you can find parts.
Wild.
Takes a lot of work to keep some of these classic Warbirds in the air because you can't run down to the aviation parts store and find parts for a T-6.
That is true.
And they do take a lot of work and effort to maintain, but wow, what an effort. And you're going to see some of those beautifully restored World War II planes in the sky today.
Yes, they also use up a lot of oil and a lot of fuel and a lot of smoke oil. So those T-6s, our SNJs that just took off, have 25 gallons each of smoke oil.
And we've always talked about the fact that with a round engine, if there's no oil leaking out of it, there's no oil in it. So
exactly.
They're used to leaking, but again, they are amazing aircraft. And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, in case you're wondering, the smoke trail that comes off behind these aircraft is a biodegradable oil. We're not messing up the atmosphere.
I believe Rooster is starting his routine. If you look high and to the right, everybody, here comes Rooster diving into the box with the smoke on. All right, he's going to start out the routine with a vertical roll into a hammerhead. You'll see him kick the rudder here as he loses altitude and power. He's going to come straight back down. He likes to watch the smoke here so he can see how the smoke is moving and adjust his routine accordingly. As you can imagine, these performers have a particular box of space they need to stay in. So if there's a lot of wind one way or the other, they need to adjust how they're flying. So he likes to do that at the beginning of the show. If you see anything cool, make sure and give a nice shout out. I can hear you up here for the most part. Rooster always likes to know Aaron, what did the crowd like? So if you do see something cool, make sure and give a shout out and I will report back to Rooster. I think he's going to do some point rolls across here. And a nice half Cuban, which is a 5/8 loop, and then he comes back upright. That one was cool. I heard some people cheering for that one. Very cool. He's always changing his routine up to adding snap rolls, adding lomshavaks, tumbles. So as we mentioned, Bob has many titles, including professor, flight instructor, and general. But when it's air show time, you can call him Rooster. Rooster is his call sign he earned flying for your United States Marine Corps. I know, I hear some shouts. I know there's some Marines out there. All right. You can hear this nice engine when he comes across the front of the crowd here. Rooster hails from Connecticut. He's a retired Marine Corps Lieutenant General. That's 3 stars. He's a recipient of the Distinguished Flying Cross with Valor device for his service in Desert Storm. And he holds a PhD. He teaches national security and cyber studies. He likes to say that the maneuvers he performs today are reminiscent of his time leading the largest Marine Corps strike on the first night of Operation Desert Storm. This is an awesome, that's one of my favorites, a nice tail slide. That's a good one, huh? Yes. Favorite. A true Renaissance man. Rooster can just as easily converse about aviation as he can about French philosophy. And if you get him going on one of his favorite topics, he will keep talking. You know how those flag officers are. Here's a beautiful knife edge pass. You can see that wonderful red and white iconic paint scheme on the pits. They're great for pictures. He'll do another one of those at the end of the routine. Rooster has almost 7,000 hours of flight time, including over 4,700 hours in tactical fighters, including the F-4, F-18, and F-5, with numerous aircraft carrier landings. Rooster is a Top Gun graduate, and he likes to say he begins his air show routine like a pop-up attack, flying at low altitude and acquiring enemy radar. If you've seen any of the Top Gun movies, then you know the kind of maneuvers that Rooster performed during actual combat. And this is the real rooster, not the movie rooster. That was a good one. I heard you guys cheering. I hear you. Don't worry. Yes, cheering. Yes, I love the excitement. You'll not be surprised to learn that Rooster enjoys racing cars and motorcycles in addition to airplanes. This is a man who really has a need for speed. He has raced in the Reno air races, and he's looking forward to possibly racing in the Roswell air races maybe next year. He raced in Reno in an S1D model Pitts, which is a single-seat version of the plane you're looking at here. This plane you're looking at here is a certified S2B 1984 model with a 6-cylinder Lycoming AEIO 540 engine with 260 horsepower. The plane has an inverted fuel and oil system, so you'll notice when he flies upside down, the engine doesn't quit. He can't do it forever, but for a while. If you ever wonder, how can I learn to do some of this aerobatic flying? You're in luck because Rooster, as I mentioned, is a certified flight instructor. He teaches right here in Maryland out of Easton Airport, and he also teaches out of Leesburg Airport in Virginia. Rooster taught advanced fighter tactics to the United States Marine Corps aviators for over 35 years. We also have a Super Decathlon at Rooster Aerobatics, which is a training aerobatic plane. So we have pilots flying both of them. Flying air shows, training the next generation of aviators, and connecting with experienced pilots provides the opportunity for Rooster to give back to the world of aviation, which has meant so much in his life. If you want to follow along and share any pictures or videos you take today, please tag us at Rooster Aerobatics on Instagram. And if you want information about the school, you can also go on at Aerobatics on Instagram, at Rooster Aerobatics. We also have a website, roosteraerobatics.com. And there's a contact form on there. You can contact Rooster. He does PITS transition training, CFI spin training, aerobatic training, contest training. And he's having students come from all over the country these days to train in the pits with him. There's another beautiful knife edge pass there. Nice picture, opportunity. And again, please share any pictures or photos on Instagram. We love to have them, and I try to repost the ones I get. And I know we have some photographers out here today that have seen him before, and I appreciate you all being here and taking great photos. We love it. Obviously, it's hard to take pictures when you're in the show, so we appreciate it. And I want to say, of course, a shout-out to, again, all of our Marine Corps Active Duty Reserve veterans and all of our other branches, Coast Guard, Navy, Air Force, Coast Guard, Navy, Air Force, Army, and our first responders, any veterans, active duty reserve. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for bringing your families and supporting the air show here. We have some awesome stuff coming up, right? What's next? Warbird Thunder, I think.
Thank you, Aaron. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up to Aaron. She did a great job, didn't she? Fantastic. All right. And who knows? Like I said, one of the days we'll be talking about you up there. Huh?
Maybe. We'll see.
We'll give it a shot.
I think I have a lot of training to do before that happens.
a few more flight hours to go.
A couple more flight hours. Yeah.
All right, Aaron. Thank you. Thank you. We look forward to some more fun tomorrow. No, actually, you guys are leaving.
Yes.
You're bugging out of here.
Unfortunately, Rooster will not be here tomorrow. He will be at Ocean City Air Show in New Jersey. So
that's right. So those who came out here today, you got a special treat.
You got to see Rooster.
Absolutely. So. Well, we thank you guys for coming. Amazing performance, and great to meet both of you.
Thank you. You too. Good job. Thank you. Hope everyone enjoys the air show today.
I know we're having fun. You're enjoying it so far. Come on, Joint Base, let's give it up. Wow, we are really getting things warmed up around here. We got a lot more to go. Get yourself a good seat. Get yourself some good food. Again, take care of yourself out here today. Get some shade. Get some sunscreen. Drink plenty of fluid. If you don't have any ear protection, I know the vendors out here do have earbuds. They are available, ear protection. You'll need it. We'll try to warn you when it's time to put the earplugs in. Give you a little earplug warning when it's going to get noisy out here today, and especially if you have children under the age of 2. The jet noise really hard on small ears. It's tough on big ears, but especially small children. Make sure you have ear protection for your kids. And again, we'll try to give you a heads up when it's going to get noisy. Still got more to go, a lot more to go here at the first day of the 2025 Joint Base Andrews Air Show. We do remind you, listen, if you have fun out here today, you can come out again tomorrow. We're going to do it all over again. So if you're an air show junkie like myself, love to come to them, then come on out. If you love it, we'll let you come back tomorrow. Still to come, Warbird Thunder and the SNJs. Again, advanced trainers in World War II. Now, you just saw an aircraft that's designed for aerobatics, the Pitts Special. Again, a plane that has just really been an amazing aircraft in the world of aerobatics and air shows for many, many years. But what you're about to see now, ladies and gentlemen, are two very big and heavy World War II training aircraft that dates back 80 years ago. These are SNJs built by North American Aviation. If you're in the Army Air Corps, you called it the T-6 Texan during World War II, and shortly after, the Navy would call the aircraft something different. So again, you have to kind of know that the Army Air Corps called it an AT-6 Texan, advanced trainer, and then the Navy called it an SNJ. Now, these aircraft are or were built for the Navy, so they are actual SNJ aircraft built for the Navy during World War II. If you're in the Royal Canadian Air Force, you call this aircraft the Harvard. So you might hear those names expressed. It's all the same aircraft, basically, with only a few slight modifications. But it's an incredible aircraft. They weigh over 5,000 pounds, and what you're about to see is really amazing because, again, high-performance aerobatic aircraft are designed to maneuver and move and snap and roll very quickly. But this is a big World War II trainer, and during World War II, air cadets were told never, ever, ever fly below 3,000 feet and do aerobatics. But what you're about to see here today are two of these amazing aircraft flying in formation, performing aerobatics well below and never getting above 3,000 feet. So Warbird Thunder coming your way in just a few moments. We'll get more of the classic Warbirds into the air. We have a C-47, better known as the DC-3 if you're a civilian pilot. The DC-3 and the aircraft that you'll see here today are just amazing. As a matter of fact, the C-47, one of the most legendary aircraft of all time, still being used all around the world today. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready. We're just seconds away from Warbird Thunder. Entering from your right is Warbird Thunder Air Shows. These are two World War II era ex-Navy advanced training aircraft designated as SNJs. The demonstration features classic aerobatic military training maneuvers while showcasing the precision, beauty, and grace of formation aerobatics. This is one of the oldest aerobatic maneuvers. It's called the Classic Loop, first performed in 1913. Formation flying is a skilled art demanding discipline and trust. Formation is designed to allow a group of aircraft to operate in proximity to one another with a high degree of safety. In order to deconflict and have that safety, the aircraft join on or flying off one another must have separation in three different axes: lateral separation, vertical separation, and horizontal separation. So the aircraft flying formation, another must spread out laterally, step down vertically, and fly slightly behind the lead aircraft at a 30 to 45 degree angle. For most of the performance, Warbird Thunder has 3 to 4 feet separation. This next maneuver is part of a loop and part roll. It's known for its elegance. It's the barrel roll. Since the 1930s, the barrel roll has been a cornerstone of military flight training worldwide. In the 1940s, Navy and Marine Corps aviators had a few nicknames for the SNJ. It was called the Pilot Maker because of its role as a trainer, or sometimes Old Growler, due to the distinctive signature sound, but it was most often referred to as the Jaybird. These aircraft were manufactured by North American Aviation in Inglewood, California, and are designed as an SNJ because they were Navy aircraft. The Army Air Corps and later the Air Force had a version designated as the T-6, and again the Canadians called it the Warbird. There were over 15,500 of these aircraft produced, and they are commonly referred to as Texans. Most military pilots of the greatest generation received their advanced training in a Texan, and without a doubt, this aircraft played a major role in training all of our pilots for both World War II and the Korean conflict. Notice that the formation has changed. Warbird Thunder is what is now called a close trail formation. An aileron roll is a very common maneuver, but rarely flown while in close trail formation. This requires incredible precision and trust because the wing pilot is singularly focused on the lead aircraft. The United States phased the Texan out of military service in the mid-1950s, but service continued for decades in developing countries. The Texan served at least 63 nations worldwide. It was usually a training role and occasionally as a light attack aircraft or even as a fighter. The last Texan was retired in 1995 from the South African Air Force. An incredible 60 years of military service. We are now going to see a line abreast loop. The wing pilot on the right and his sole focus will be staying in perfect alignment and synchronized on the lead aircraft. This takes a lot of amazing coordination and focus, ladies and gentlemen, and both these aircraft are side by side. The Warbird Thunder pilots are Chris C.T. Thomas and Chris Soto Orr. C.T. is the lead aircraft and resides in Virginia Beach with his wife. He is a third-generation pilot and learned to fly at 17 years of age. With his naval aviator father as a flight instructor, C.T. earned flight time, flight instructing, towing banners, and also flying charter and freight. He's flown for well over 110 models of different aircraft and has been flying for over 37 years. The number 2 pilot, known as the wing pilot, is Buck Eberhardt. He resides with his wife in Miami. Buck started flying in sailplanes at 14 and powered aircraft when he was just 17 years old. After graduating from Daniel Webster College, Buick served in the United States Navy for 20 years as an F-14 Tomcat and an A-4 Skyhawk pilot. Buick has been an airshow performer in the MiG-17, the A-4 Skyhawk, and the L-39. Both CT and Soto are both airline captains for a major airline. This next maneuver is dedicated to the men and women of our military and to the family members that have sacrificed and support them. Watch now as Warbird Thunder approaches from your right. Again, this maneuver is dedicated to the men and women of our military and to the family members that sacrifice and support them. A big heart in the sky. Paul Goulian handles the Warbird Thunder's maintenance and ground support. Paul is an FAA licensed airframe and power plant mechanic and is also a private pilot. He spent over 30 years as a professional firefighter and a paramedic. Paul is also a member of Virginia's FEMA Task Force 2, responding to national disasters as an expert in building collapse, confined space, and high-angle rescue. The Texan is both rugged and durable. These SNJs, made in 1942 and 1943, respectively, are over 80 years old and are equipped with front and rear cockpits with full pilot controls in both seats. Usually, the student will usually sit in the front seat with the instructor in the back seat. The Texan has a maximum speed of 240 miles an hour, a gross weight of 5,300 pounds, and is powered by a 9-cylinder R1340 radial engine manufactured by Pratt & Whitney. The engine is almost more significant than the aircraft. The Pratt & Whitney WAPS series design was considered revolutionary and has received an Historic Engineering Landmark Award from the American Society of Mechanical Engineers. To transfer the R1340 600 horsepower into thrust requires a huge propeller. It's a 9 foot in diameter. The occasional bark you hear are the propeller tips approaching supersonic speeds and occasionally actually breaking the sound barrier. That's that unique loud sound you hear as the aircraft passes by. A beautiful barrel roll in the SNJs. Takes a lot of work for the number 2 pilot to stay outside and stay in formation. He has to go twice as far and travel twice as quickly as the lead pilot. Warbird Thunder Air Shows appreciates your support on social media, where you can view great pictures, watch exciting in-flight video, and often see behind the scenes of what it takes to make an air show team fly. You can find them on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, or on their website at warbirdthunder.com. Again, you can see how the number 2 pilot has to roll and move that aircraft twice as far as the lead pilot. Again, beautifully done. Warbird Thunder putting on an incredible exhibition in these incredible aircraft from World War II, the SNJ. Again, be sure to find them on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and on their website, warbirdthunder.com. Smoke on approaching from the right. Chris Thomas and Chris Orr, your pilots for Warbird Thunder. Ladies and gentlemen, what did you think of that little piece of history right there? Let's give it up. Warbird Thunder. Again, that's one of the things I love about an air show. It's called time traveling. Most people think time traveling is not possible, but an air show, well, we do it all the time. Taking you back 80 years to the SNJ. Amazing history you get to see this weekend from 80 years of military history dating back to World War II all the way up to our present modern military aircraft. It's one thing I love about every air show is that opportunity to see this amazing history in the sky. You know, museums are wonderful. Museums are great. I love them. We need museums. But there's nothing like watching these aircraft do what they were designed to do, and that's fly. And that's why we do it. We keep these aircraft in the air. It takes countless hours, literally hundreds of thousands of hours. Some of these aircraft parts have to be totally remanufactured, but so many men and women, dedicated organizations around the country work so hard to keep these aircraft in the air so that future generations can appreciate the sights and sounds of these amazing aircraft that won the freedom 80 years ago during World War II and afterwards. It's amazing, and our hats off to all the hard work that goes into keeping these amazing aircraft in the air. And in just a few moments, ladies and gentlemen, history is going to continue to take to the sky as we get ready for the C-47 and the P-40 Warhawk. The C-47, again, one of the most legendary aircraft of all time, designed originally as a passenger airliner called the DC-3. This is would have been a plane that our grandparents would have flown in an airline. This was an airliner back in the 1930s and the 1940s. This was state of the art. Unlike some of the incredible jets we have today, we're going to take you back to when our grandparents and great-grandparents flew across the nation in propeller-driven aircraft. And the DC-3 was one of those most legendary planes that did the workhorse work during World War II. It was pressed into service, as were many civilian aircraft during World War II, because, again, we needed airplanes. We needed training aircraft. We needed all support, because when World War II happened, we were building aircraft primarily for other countries. America did not officially enter World War II until December 8th, 1941. But the war had already been going on since September of 1939. So when America officially joined the war, so many civilian aircraft were quickly transferred into military service, and the C-47 was one of those amazing aircraft.
Maybe the C-17 guys.
If you were in the Navy during World War II, you called this aircraft an R-4D. The British called it the Skytrain. And a matter of fact, its history is absolutely amazing. As you heard me mention earlier, that General Dwight D. Eisenhower, commander of Allied forces in World War II, listed 7 things he thought were the top reasons why we won World War II. The C-47 was number 2 on his list. Again, getting supplies and information where it's got to go is vital to any ground campaign, and this aircraft is one of those that got the job done, getting supplies, getting personnel into the war zone. Matter of fact, thousands of paratroopers, hundreds and thousands of pounds of cargo. This aircraft still goes strong today. They actually have a program, a company that will allow to modify a C-47. They'll put turboprops, replace the radial engines, rebuild the airframe to zero time, and the C-47, the DC-3 with turboprop engines are flying around the world today. They're amazing, still going strong. An aircraft, you got to realize, ladies and gentlemen, that was built in the 1930s and 40s. And because of its amazing design, rugged ability, incredible performance, the aircraft still is flown around the world today. The P-40 Warhawk, into the skies one more time, ladies and gentlemen. This classic aircraft from World War II, one of the most iconic aircraft from World War II. Of course, that distinctive tiger shark mouth painted on the front. Absolutely amazing, of course, made famous by the American Volunteer Group, better known as the Flying Tigers. The C-47 lifting off, ladies and gentlemen. Again, the C-47. The DC-3, you'll note the distinctive black and white stripes painted on the fuselage and wings. These black and white stripes were indicative of aircraft that were Allied, used in the Normandy invasion in June of 1944. There were so many aircraft in the air, it was very difficult many times to determine who was friend or foe. So these black and white stripes were painted on our aircraft, so anti-aircraft gun from ships wouldn't fire at these aircraft. And of course, if the enemy did show up, we knew exactly who he was. He didn't have black and white stripes on the aircraft. The aircraft you see flying today are a part of the American Airpower Museum Warbird aircraft that for over 90 years, the current home of the American Airpower Museum at Republic Air Force was established as Fairchild Flying Field, and its aircraft manufacturing added to the Farmingdale aircraft to a long legacy of people, places, and companies that would make New York's Long Island the cradle of American aviation. Today, no American aviation museum with such a unique squadron of operational Warbird aircraft and has more appropriate setting for its time. On display in and around the same hangars and flying off the very same runways that dispatched Thunderbolts and the United States Air Force's premier jet bombers of their era into service. This legacy setting allows the public to immerse in the history of aviation and watch these planes roar to life and take to the skies over Long Island. Founded in 2000 through the gracious and hard work of our founder, Mr. Jeff Kleiman, this family and the incredible dedication and help of then New York State Governor George Pataki bring aviation history to life to honor our veterans. The legacy of local aviation pioneers, the men and women who built and flew the aircraft, and the legacy of New York's part in the arsenal of democracy through the 20th century and today. Ladies and gentlemen, the P-40 Warhawk. The legacy Curtiss P-40 Warhawk fighter was manufactured by Curtiss Aircraft Company in Buffalo, New York. Through its entire production run from 1939 until 1944 and first flew in 1938. An improvement on the Curtiss P-36, the P-40 was one of the first fighters to incorporate an inline liquid-cooled V-12 motor, which replaced the radial engine of most common fighter aircraft. From your right, the C-47. Flown this weekend in honor of the 75th anniversary of the service and sacrifice of the crews of the 9th Troop Carrier Command and painted in the markings of D8, flown by the 439th Troop Carrier Group on D-Day. The aircraft also flying pays tribute to the men of the 101st and 82nd Airborne who on the night of June 5th and 6th, 1944, jumped from C-47s just like the one that you see here today. Once again, get your cameras ready. Ladies and gentlemen, it's approaching from the right, the P-40 Warhawk. The P-40 you see here today was delivered to the United States Army Air Force in 1943 as a P-40M and will be transferred to the Royal Canadian Air Force that same year. While the RCAF service, this P-40 was used as a Western Air Defense Sector aircraft. The distinct sound of that Allison engine on the P-40 Warhawk. Again, one of the few aircraft that actually fought from the beginning of World War II all the way to the end. All right, Air Force historians, out there who may or may not know, who was the first to put a shark mouth on the P-40?
Brits in North Africa, but technically the Germans.
You can't answer. You already know. You're from the museum. The museum doesn't count. Anybody up here know? Anybody know who? Not you either. You're from the museum too. You know. All right. Who knows who first put the shark mouth on the P-40? Wasn't the Flying Tigers, believe it or not. It was the British. The British did it in North Africa. Actually put the shark's mouth on there first. But of course, the P-40 Warhawk, the Flying Tigers made it famous. The C-47, once again, the distinctive black and white stripes. You can see them very clearly on this amazing aircraft. Again, the DC-3, the C-47. The C-47 you see here today was produced in 1944 and delivered to the United States Army Air Force and would be transferred to the RAF after its arrivals in England in April of 1945. It would service with the RAF through 1949, and records and photographs document its participation in the Berlin airlift, similar to the C-54 we have here today that also participated in the Berlin airlift. If you want to learn more about it, go inside the C-54. It's a little flying museum with information about the Berlin aircraft, Berlin airlift, and how the C-54 played a big part in that, along with the C-47. This aircraft would see combat in the 1950s during the Indochina War while in service with the French Air Force in Vietnam. It would eventually see its longest military service in the Israeli Air Force and was only retired finally in 1996, having a long record of military service. So again, what you're seeing here today is not only military history, but even aircraft history, as again, this aircraft, again, originally manufactured in 1944, stayed in military service until 1996. This aircraft was acquired by the American Airpower Museum in the early 2000s and has become a regular at Air Show Circuit. As a matter of fact, you can actually see this aircraft on several TV shows and movies, ABC's Pan Am, NBC's Blacklist, CBS's Bull and Madam Secretary. This aircraft has appeared on all those television shows. The aircraft is honored to have flown real-life band of brothers, the 101st Airborne veterans Bill and Forrest Gruth in 1904. So again, real American history, ladies and gentlemen. The P-40 Warhawk touching down. Again, made famous by the Flying Tigers. The P-40, again, was not an aircraft that had the great performance that was necessary to be a top-line fighter, but it was so rugged and loved by so many pilots, they continued to fly the P-40 again throughout World War II from the beginning till the end. The P-40 again powered by a V12 liquid-cooled engine, producing 1,240 horsepower. The P-40 has a wingspan of 37 feet, a max speed of 334 miles an hour. It was armed with 6 50-caliber Browning machine guns and can carry up to 2,000 pounds of bombs. The P-40 first saw combat with the British squadrons in the deserts of North Africa during the combat starting in June of 1941. Made one of its biggest contributions in the Southeast against the Japanese in the South Pacific. The P-40 actually performed surprisingly well as a fighter. Based on wartime victory claims, over 200 Allied pilots became aces. That's shooting down at least 5 enemy aircraft. So over 200 Allied fighter pilots became aces in the P-40. Some became double aces. During the attack on Pearl Harbor, most of the P-40s were destroyed on the ground. However, a few managed to get into the air and shoot down several Japanese aircraft. The first confirmed victory by the United States Army Air Force unit over a German aircraft in World War II was achieved in August of 1942 by a P-40. The famous 99th Fighter Squadron, better known as the Tuskegee Airmen or the Red Tails, flew the P-40 for their first 8 months in the Mediterranean theater of operation. The versatile P-40 would serve until finally being retired from military service by the Brazilian Air Force in 1958. Inbound for landing, the C-47. Again, an amazing aircraft, ladies and gentlemen. The C-47, again, a workhorse of World War II that has kept going and going and going. And again, you heard me mention earlier, still being flown all around the world today. The history, the sights and sounds of World War II, ladies and gentlemen, it's just absolutely amazing to watch aircraft that were designed, built, flown 80 years ago, still going strong. As a matter of fact, a lot of these aircraft, if we put the guns back on them, the hard points, I guarantee you a lot of these aircraft could go back into combat and do exactly what they were designed to do 80 years ago. A big wave to the P-40 Warhawk up close. Check it out, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that beautiful piece of Army hardware. Again, during World War II, the Air Force was not a separate entity. It was a part of the Army, so that's why you hear it referred to as the Army Air Force or the Army Air Corps. The Air Force would become a separate branch of service in 1947. And interestingly enough, these aircraft, even though they were fighter aircraft, they had the letter designation P. Not F, but P. Now, the P stood for pursuit aircraft. That's the way these aircraft were originally designated. Not as fighters, but as pursuit aircraft. So that's why you get the designation P-40, P-48, P-38, P-47. What a beautiful aircraft, ladies and gentlemen. Up close, the P-40 Warhawk, painted up in markings of the Flying Tigers, later on becoming a part of the Army Air Corps after the attack on Pearl Harbor. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go up in time as we get ready to turn the airspace over to the United States Navy F-18 F Super Hornet demonstration. And by this way, this is your earplug warning alert. Earplug warning alert.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Lieutenant Rudisil, call sign Donkey. And on behalf of the United States Navy and Strike Fighter Squadron 106, we are proud to present your U.S. Navy Rhino demo team. The demo flight profile you're about to witness highlights the mobility, versatility, and power of the most lethal carrier-based strike fighter aircraft in the world, the FA-18 Super Hornet, nicknamed the Rhino. The aircraft performing today is the F model, the two-seat variant of the Super Hornet. In today's demonstration, Lieutenant Commander Mike Segala, call sign Longshot from York, Maine.
I'm Lieutenant Commander Mike Segala, call sign Longshot. I'm a member of the East Coast Rhino demo team, part of VFA 106 based out of NAS Oceana. We're here with 8 maintainers, 2 F-18 Super Hornets, and then 3 other aircrew, and we're excited to perform for you guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the right, the Super Hornet high-speed pass.
So what makes the Super Hornet unique at this air show? It's a multi-role aircraft. Think of it like essentially the workhorse of the U.S. Navy. It's capable of doing essentially every mission set that you can think of. So air to surface, dropping bombs, air to air, firing missiles, refueling other aircraft airborne, and also naturally we land on the carrier as part of the U.S. Navy.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the left, the min radius turn.
What can you expect to see out of our show today? We'll start off left to right on takeoff, executing a dirty roll, and then from there you can expect max afterburner to be plugged essentially the whole time. The show will be very tight, within 2 nautical miles of the airfield. Honestly, a big privilege to be part of the team. We get the privilege of representing the U.S. Navy in front of the public, so it means a lot. We're very happy to be here.
Longshot and Scooter are now setting up for the flat pirouette, where they will demonstrate the Super Hornet's unique ability to operate at slow speeds and high angles of attack. Watch us execute a maximum performance loop away from the crowd, and then command the nose through over 540 degrees of turn, all while remaining parallel to the ground. Longshot and Scooter are now setting up for the minimum radius turn to tail stand. With maximum afterburner selected, aircrew will set 90 degrees angle of bank and hold 7.5 Gs for 360 degrees of turn. At the end of the minimum radius turn, aircrew will perform a vertical followed by a negative 2G pushover to return to level flight. Ladies and gentlemen, from the left, the Super Hornet minimum radius turn. Are now setting up for the high-speed pass. During this maneuver, the Rhino will approach show center at 200 feet and nearly Mach 1, or just under 750 miles per hour. In the maximum afterburner, the F-18's two F-414 General Electric 400 engines combined to produce over 41,000 pounds of thrust, while burning 60,000 pounds of fuel per hour. As a result, you may notice compression vapor being produced around the aircraft, indicating it is approaching the speed of sound. Let's check in with Scooter on the radio to see how fast they're going.
There's 0.95 indicator box, 630 knots over the ground. Go fast, Katie.
In the pole, setting up for the vertical pirouette, Longshot and Scooter will first pull the aircraft into the vertical, then roll the canopy towards the crowd, following a negative G pushover to wings level. Aircrew uses the F-18's two digital flight control computers to rotate back to bullseye nose low, all while keeping their canopy pinned to the crowd. This ability to rapidly swap nose and tail position gives the Super Hornet a distinct advantage in the air-to-air arena of a dogfight. Longshot and Scooter are now setting up for the square loop. As the Super Hornet approaches show center at 350 miles per hour, Longshot will rapidly reposition the nose 4 times, flying a distinct square path through the sky. Ladies and gentlemen, from the left, the square loop. Setting up for the inverted whisper pass. Approaching show center at 500 feet, they will reduce the throttles to idle power and roll the aircraft inverted. As they come into focus, note just how quiet the aircraft becomes as it passes by at nearly 500 miles per hour. Ladies and gentlemen, from the right, the Super Hornet inverted whisper pass. Longshot and Scooter are now setting up for the high alpha pass. This maneuver will demonstrate the incredible slow speed handling characteristics of the Super Hornet. Few other aircraft in the world can attempt to maneuver at such a slow speed and high angle of attack. However, the Rhino's digital flight control computers allow it to remain completely controllable even at less than 100 miles per hour. In the 1v1 air combat arena, this ability to fly slowly is a premium as it allows the Super Hornet to flush enemy aircraft out in front of it in the employ follow-on weapons and win the fight. Let's get back to the cockpit for another speed check. All right, Scooter, how slow can you go?
There's 15 Alpha, 105 miles an hour. There's 24 Alpha slowing down. Longshot here from the front seat. I just want to give a shout out to my beautiful wife, Haley. Thanks for coming out and supporting me.
In the recovery, Longshot and Scooter will perform a pitch rate demonstration maneuver to showcase the Super Hornet's excellent pitch authority with a brake right 90, followed immediately by an outbound tuck under maneuver. From the right, the Rhino pitch rate demo. The job of a naval aviator is not complete until their aircraft is back aboard its floating home. And we take great professional pride in our unique ability to land aboard a 100,000-ton U.S. naval aircraft carrier. To land in an arena 1/10 the length of a normal-sized runway, carrier aviators must touch down between 4 wires stretched across the deck of the ship. To do this, we use an optical landing system commonly referred to as the ball. During the final portion of the approach, aircrew and the landing signal officer, known as paddles, work together to get the aircraft safely aboard. Let's check in and listen on the final approach.
South paddles, radio check. Tower paddles, as you land clear. Gotcha, loud, clear on backup. Gag paddles, we're getting 25 over 10. Slightly. 206, 3/4 ball, call the ball. 206 on the ball, 50. Roger, ball, mom, shaking her hips. Low power. You're on center line. Little racer line up. On glide slope. On center line. Just a little power now. Easy with it. Now back on bolter, bolter, bolter. Hook skip bolter.
Ladies and gentlemen, get your cameras ready. Longshot and Scooter are now setting up for their photo pass. The aircraft will pass show center in a 90-degree right angle of bank at 200 feet and in maximum afterburner. Ladies and gentlemen, from the right, the Super Hornet photo pass. and gentlemen, the F-18 you saw here today is one of many used to train pilots and Wizzos at Strike Fighter Squadron 106, based at Naval Air Station Oceana, Virginia Beach, Virginia. Longshot, myself, Scooter, and Diva are instructors teaching new aircrew how to fly and tactically employ the Super Hornet. Currently, there are 33 operational Super Hornet squadrons in the Navy defending freedom and democracy around the world. It takes many talented and dedicated young men and women to maintain, fix, and fly these aircraft. Help us thank the entire Rhino demo maintenance team and the maintenance professionals here at the show. There are ADC Pearson from Havre de Grace, Maryland, AME2 Rosa Day from Dallas, Texas, AT1 Brandon Delph from Germantown, Maryland, 82 Jacob DeJong from Lakewood, California, AT2 Asia Gray from Douglas, Georgia, AE2 Kevin Sassnett from Fort Lauderdale, Florida, AME2 Joshua Singleton from Jacksonville, Florida, and AO2 Zachary Monk from Naugatuck, Connecticut. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the entire United States Navy, we thank you for allowing us to demonstrate the capabilities of the F-18 Super Hornet. If you are interested in meeting the crew, checking out our merchandise, or just simply learning more about the aircraft itself, please visit our tent located right behind the F-15s.
Ladies and gentlemen, how about a big round of applause? What'd you think of that? The United States Navy F/A-18F Super Hornet. Whoa! Was I kidding about the earbuds, or was I kidding? Take me serious next time. That's what my wife always tells me. Still to come, ladies and gentlemen, more to go at day one of the United States Air Force's premier air show. Yes, it's the 2025 Joint Base Andrews Air Show. Wing Walker Sam, Samantha is going to get on top of a wing of an aircraft and fly through the sky. I kid you not. Absolutely amazing. And it's a husband and wife team. She wing walks, he flies. So guess who had better be nice? Still to come, United States Air Force's C-17A Globemaster 3 demonstration. R.J. Gritter and the Decathlon. More aviation history, military aviation history. The T-33. Craig call sign. What's Craig's call sign? I got it around here somewhere. Craig's going to be flying the T-33. This takes us back to the early days of Army Naval, I'm talking about Air Force aviation, when we're getting jets.
This will be the one.
The Air Force is like a great boxer. When you've got a bad guy considering doing bad actions, the Air Force is the most responsive. So we got the ability to pop the jab. But if not, we're already back in fighting stance. And you know what? We haven't committed hundreds of thousands of forces over there getting entangled in something that may take us years to get out of and loss of blood and treasure. If it's fighting with a joint force, we take a lot of them there if they got to get fast. That's what your Air Force does. So we can take it across the entire spectrum. Your Air Force provides that opportunity without the escalation threat. That's what air power does. And oh, by the way, if that didn't convince them, we got another jab, we got the hook, we got the uppercut, we got the right cross, and we got the frickin' haymaker. more options for the president. Everything from rapid response all the way to decisive victory. That is what air power, anytime, anywhere means. The one thing we can never lose sight of is the fact that Americans keep signing up saying they want to join the team. And the team that is the United States Air Force continues to be the best in the world. They show up every day. They do what they're asked. They do it with excellence. They do it in a way that makes us all proud. This is one Air Force. This is more Air Force. This is your Air Force.
The radar just lit up.
Stand by, I won't be able to talk to you. We're 1 minute to impact.
Launch to survive and defend the base.
At that point, we were in an hour-long fight, just trying to kill whatever we could.
Get the green light to take off. So this is another normal night mission, just like any other.
And we were out there for a couple hours with no real calm about anything having actually happened, so we thought, all right, maybe it's like off.
Boards gets the first lock, and boy, he does exactly what he was taught and shot within about 20 seconds of getting that lock.
All right, I'm going to do this, and I'm going to be the first one in my formation, and I'm by far the least experienced. I'm going to give someone else a chance to tell me not to before I do it. So I was like, hey, we're targeted. No one said anything. I was like, all right, we get a little closer.
Yep, there goes the missile. All right, boys, here we go.
That's a drone. And then the radar gets another and another. It fills. It's all attack drones.
I would just say drone there, and then shoot, missile would come off the rail, drone destroyed, next. 8 engagements, and then it was like, wow, that happened fast.
The ground is on fire right now. You could see every single one of the drones where they hit.
And that just took about 45 minutes to shoot all of the missiles that we could off of that force ship before we had to come home out of missiles and try and get some more to go back up.
300 weapons were fired at a target man. 6 of them hit. No one died.
This is way, way bigger than me just shooting missiles at drones. This is defense of our coalition partners.
We got to be part of a thing that was meaningful and had an impact.
quit, I can't stop it. I'm out of this world, I'm like a rocket. And we got the drip, no other options. You bringing the noise, okay, let's get it rockin'. And turn the energy up. We got the juice and it spills on everything that we touch, yeah. And you can never be us. We not afraid of the pressure cause we good in the clutch, yeah. We taking over the game. We on fire, call it Octane. I made it through all the pain, yeah. You gon' remember the name, yeah. Yeah. Hey, turn the energy up. We got the juice and it spills on everything that we touch, yeah. And you can never be us. We not afraid of the pressure cause we good in the clutches, look. Even at a red light, you couldn't stop me. You can't defeat me by yourself, you need a posse. I'm so original, my life is a motion picture. I practice what I preach, I guess it's something like a scripture. When I started out, nobody believed. I just put in on the work, now I'm who they wanna be, We out in your league, we don't play the same game. Got a vision and a plan, we don't want the same things. We're taking over the game, Hey, we on fire, call it Octane, I made it through all the pain, yeah. You can remember the name, yeah. They want me to quit, I can't stop it. I'm out of this world, I'm like a rocket. And we got the drip, no other option. You bringing the noise, okay, let's get it rockin'. You already know that we get it poppin'. Every day we ballin', we just had to lock in. Stay in the lab, making a new concoction. You bringing the noise, okay, let's get it rockin'. They want me to quit, I can't stop it. I'm out of this world, I'm like a rocket.
I'm Aaron Deli from Australia, and I'm about to tear up the sky. Are you ready? JB Andrews is such an amazing airshow. I can't believe that an Australian boy was invited to fly here. I never fly the same show twice. I have multiple different variations of shows, and I cater for the audience. And this is a special audience. We're talking Washington, D.C., the capital. So I've got a very special show planned. My most favorite part of the show is actually the interaction and the connection. So during my flying, I talk on the radio. You're going to be hearing me grunting, tensing, handling and pushing through the G's, whether it's negative or positive, and also during some crazy maneuvers like the boomerang. It's going to be wild. Such an honor and privilege to be flying in the capital of the US of A. Let's bring it.
Watch it, say aircraft comes all the way across the top. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen, upside down, right side up. It happens very quickly as he's in a knife edge spin as he heads towards the ground. This aircraft has a roll rate of over 400 degrees per second. Aaron right back up in the sky. Now he's going to be pulling anywhere, sometimes up to 6 to 7 G's. That's 6 to 7 times his normal body weight as he corkscrews across the sky, hangs on the tail. Look at that. Still hanging on the tail. The tail slide, falling back through his own smoke. Somewhere in there is Aaron. There he comes, tumbling out. Again in the knife edge spin. Now you hear us talk about G-forces. G-forces are the force of gravity that pulls on a pilot's body. All of us out here today are experiencing 1 G of gravity. If you're 100 pounds, you feel like you weigh 100 pounds. But if you went into a 4G turn, it makes you feel like you weigh 400 pounds. So when you talk about forces of 6 to 7 times your own body weight, you can imagine the force of gravity that pulls on Aaron. And there's some negative G's right there. That's the force of gravity. Want to throw him out of the cockpit. Only his shoulder harnesses and seatbelt keep him in the plane. Again, snapping on the vertical upline. Watch as the aircraft comes to a stop in the sky right there. Into a flat inverted spin. Rolls out of it and heads back towards show center. Again, there's that fast roll rate of the extra 330. Watch as Aaron repositions, going straight up, tumbling across the top. Watch this. He's going to slow that aircraft way down. Look at this. He pulls that tail up underneath him. Holds it, holds it, holds it. Again, he's got that airspeed well below stall speed. That's the power of the engine keeping him up. Points the nose down to quickly accelerate. Again, airspeed always essential for the next aerobatic maneuver. Here we go. Going vertical, Mav. Going straight up. Slow rolls on the vertical upline. Now watch as the aircraft again just begins to slow way down. Still rolling the aircraft. Building up to airspeed tremendously as it points down and heads towards show center. Again, there's that roll rate right into a knife edge climb. Tumble back into knife edge climb. Snap back. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. Holding the aircraft on the nose one more time. Rolling, spinning, going, and oh, finally, gravity pulls that nose down. I'm doing good. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go live in the cockpit with Mr. Aaron Deli. How you doing, sir?
Hey, Mikey. Hey, St. Andrews Air Force Base, Joint Base. My name is Owen. I'm all the way from Australia. Can you hear me loud and clear?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
It's such an honor and a privilege to be able to perform here today at JB Andrews Air Show. Flying in Washington, Maryland, and Virginia. It's absolutely stunning. Meeting everyone here has been humbling. All the servicemen and women that work to protect the world. It's just absolutely phenomenal. So I just want to say a big thank you to all the veterans. My second heart is to the veterans and to all the people that dedicate their service to protect this fine country and the world. Hope you enjoy the second part. Let's rock it out.
Let's do it, sir. We're ready for part 2.
Catching my breath. Let's go.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, keep an eye on this. Watch this. As it comes down the 45, let's snap that plane. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Again, look at that incredible handling of the extra 330. Woo! Again, there's about 5 to 6 positive G's as he pulls up into the vertical. Going straight up, straight up, straight up, straight up, and the torque roll. That's the plane rolling in the opposite direction of the propeller.
You're going to see me get upside down, pushing a lot of negative G's. Here we go.
Again, negative G's is the force of gravity trying to throw him out of the cockpit as he goes in a flat, inverted spin. Recovers in the inverted. Woo! Pulling on those shoulder harnesses, sir. Now, one thing you got to remember, ladies and gentlemen, there's no air conditioner inside this aircraft. On a nice, hot, warm summer day like today, well, it can get pretty coasty inside that cockpit. Down on the deck. Watch this. Outside tumbles on the vertical upline. Straight back down. Again, there's that incredible roll rate. Look at that. He hits the brakes in the sky, ladies and gentlemen. That is literally like slamming on your brakes. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Again, the incredible roll rate. I don't know how he did. Amazing, sir. Absolutely amazing.
The world spins around like you've never seen before. I'm going to be posting that video on my Instagram later, so you guys have to check it out. My Instagram is my name, Aaron Deli, AARONGERU. I'm going to continue to get some more down on the things coming up. Let's go.
Right down on the deck, ladies and gentlemen, just feet off the ground. He pulls up again. 6 to 7 positive G's. Snaps the aircraft on the vertical upline. Woo! The Humpty. Look at this. All the way around. Look at the micro loop, ladies and gentlemen. How do you get a loop that small in the sky? Aaron does it. Whoa! Yes. Pulls across the top. Quickly reverses direction that quickly, ladies and gentlemen. Watch this, ladies and gentlemen. Snaps the aircraft. Watches airspeed bleeds off, bleeds off, bleeds off, bleeds off, bleeds off. Right there, ladies and gentlemen, almost no forward airspeed whatsoever. He's turned that aircraft into a helicopter, just hanging in the sky. Look at that. Unbelievable. Still holding. That's fantastic, sir. Oh my! You didn't hold it this long yesterday.
I saved it special for the crowd here today.
Ladies and gentlemen, wow! What'd you think of that?
A couple of passes before I do it. Inverted spin landing. First one's going to be inverted. They're going to come from the left. Get your cameras out.
Never a dull moment with Aaron Delu at the controls of the Extra 330. Here he comes from your right. Smoke on. Upside down. Ladies and gentlemen, the vertical upside down pass. Again, now one thing you got to remember when you're upside down, your controls are reversed. If you want to go up, you better put the stick down. I think he's having too much fun up there today. What do you think? Watch now as he approaches from your left. And the knife edge pass. Beautiful photo opportunity right there. Hey, Aaron, I got to ask you real quickly. Did you get your sunglasses fixed? I apologize for breaking them this morning. Now watch this, ladies and gentlemen. He's setting up for landing right now. Well, wait a minute. You say he's going vertical. You know, he's setting up for landing. Watch this. He's going to take that aircraft across the top, point the nose down, going to go to a flat inverted spin again. This is probably the craziest landing you'll see any aircraft perform. Recovers, kicks a little rudder in there. Get a little side slip, brings the nose right back down and touches the ground. How's that for an approach to land? Yeah, I made a mistake. Well, we were at pilot briefing this morning, and everybody's kind of greeting each other, and I accidentally broke Aaron's sunglasses, so we had to make an emergency run somewhere to get some more sunglasses for Aaron this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, what'd you think? A big round of applause, Mr. Aaron Delu. Again, coming to us from Australia. Amazing job. So much fun to work with. And we still got more to go at day one of the 2025 Joint Base Andrew Air Show. Coming up, the United States Air Force's C-17A Globemaster 3 demonstration. Again, what an amazing aircraft this is. The C-17, one of the workhorses of the Army, of the Air Force. I tell you, you're going to see an amazing aircraft that can literally get in and out of any situation. It's a big jet, but it's an amazing workhorse. You're going to see the demonstration of the C-17A. Still to come, RJ Gritter in the Decathlon. RJ is going to put on an amazing demonstration in the Decathlon, an aircraft built really specifically to teach aerobatics. And he's going to perform for us today. We still got more history to take to the skies. The T-33 Acemaker, the T-33 Shooting Star. Mike Goulian in the Extra 330. And, of course, still to come, the United States Air Force Thunderbirds.
I'm excited for this year's air show to just bring my nephew to his first air show and just to see the fighters again. I love jets. I love planes. Super excited to see airpower. With legacy in mind and how it fuels the future, my grandfather is the biggest aspirations that I have. He served 31 years in the Army National Guard. He would tell me on walks, you know, hey, you're going to be an officer and you're either got the Air Force or the Navy. We grew up not from the best standpoint, you know, financially, and I feel that the military has helped bring us out of that financial situation. So definitely my grandfather being the leader and being like the fuel to get us out of where we were. And I'm just excited to provide that foundation to my kids. This is the Joint Base Andrews Air Show, where legacy fuels the future.
My great-grandfather served in the Army during World War I out in France. So when Germany cut the phone lines between the American forces and the French forces, he basically was constantly crossing German lines to connect the communication lines. Seeing like all of what he did during his time, like in fighting an actual war, like he did something, and like I'm doing something now, but like it's different, but it's similar. I don't know, it's just kind of exciting to know that I do have like family out there that also served. The thing I'm most excited to see for the air show is the F-35 demonstrations. I just find it interesting because it is like the newest fighter that the Air Force has. This is the Joint Base Andrews Air Show, where legacy fuels the future.
What an amazing job. You get a nice close-up look at that high performance aerobatic aircraft. Oh, Aaron's going to grace us with his presence. Woo! I know he's looking forward to getting that cockpit open. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up one more time. Aaron Delu. And yes, he didn't misspell his name. It's A-A-R-O-O-N, okay? Oh, I like to kid him. Hey, it's Aaron. Yeah. Good to see you, sir. Great job. Great to have you here. Had the pleasure of working with Aaron literally all across the United States. We started out the year in Southern California and worked our way toward Corpus Christi, Texas. And now out here at Joint Base Andrews. We love it. And yes, he did get his sunglasses fixed. That's a good thing. I'm sorry, Aaron. Like I said, didn't mean to break his sunglasses earlier this morning.
Hi, I'm Major Sierra Kelly with the C-17 East Coast Demo Team. So the C-17 is just awesome. It's like definitely just like the workhorse of Air Mobility Command, and we can go really long strategic airlift. We can fly into tactical objectives, stop on really short fields, airdrop, air refuel, air land. C-17 can pretty much do it all. It's the most exciting plane to fly because we go the farthest. We can be anywhere in about less than 24 hours. You can be anywhere in the world. As big as it is, it's still really maneuverable, really fun to fly, really tactical. So we'll do 45 degrees of bank. The best thing we do, I think, is our short field landing. We'll land in less than about 3,500 feet, and then we'll go straight into a backing. So we'll deploy our thrust reversers and start backing up, which is probably the crowd's favorite thing to watch. The camaraderie is awesome. It's great in an airlift squadron, and just any time we're taking a small team out on the road. Usually we're on the road with 5 or 6 people at a time, and you get really close to those people while you're on a mission, and everyone has a really important role, and everyone understands that the whole mission doesn't happen without every member of the team. That's like probably the best part about working at an air show, is just getting to interact with the crowd and people who love airplanes and love seeing people fly. I mean, my favorite part is obviously talking to little kids and just hoping to inspire them to, you know, maybe serve their country one day or be excited to fly. And then, you know, just people of all ages, like everybody loves an airplane, everybody loves an air show. So it's cool to just get out there and talk to the public and be excited about what we're doing. This is the first time that this crew specifically is getting to do the Andrews Air Show. We're really excited to be here in the nation's capital, and it's just going to be awesome. Put on a really great show. There's a great lineup. I'm excited to go watch as well as interact with all the other performers. So Andrews' hospitality team has been really great, and we're just really excited for some good weather and good shows this weekend.
Does just an amazing job flying. You'll see again precision flying at its finest. If you'd like to meet Mike and get a close-up look before he comes out here, You can see the big black semi-tractor trailer parked over here by the KC-135 and right next to hangar number 4. You can go by there and get a flight simulator of what it would be like to fly aerobatics. If you've ever wondered what it takes to be an aerobatic pilot, you need to stop by that. They have a flight simulator in that trailer of that semi-tractor trailer that you can get in, get a feel for what aerobatics would kind of be like. It's absolutely amazing. Check it out. You'll have a lot of fun, and you'll get a chance to meet Mike a little later on. He'll be back at that truck, and he can shake your hand, get an autograph, have some fun. Once again, we'll remind you, in hangar number 2 of the Heritage Leadership Forums, this is a chance for you to get up close and personal with some amazing people that have done amazing things in the armed forces. We'll have another impact coming up, American Leadership Forum coming up at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Coming up in just about an hour at 2 o'clock at Hangar 2, the United States Air Force Honor Guard Drill Team. The drill team promotes the Air Force mission of showcasing drill performance at public and military venues to recruit, retain, and inspire airmen. They support the Air Force Recruiting Service as an official ambassadors in blue. Again, that's at 2 o'clock, hangar number 2, the United States Air Force Honor Guard Drill Team. Fun to watch, amazing, amazing coordination. You want to check that out. And then coming up at 2:30 at hangar number 2, the United States Air Force Band, Max Impact, will be performing. Max Impact, stationed at Joint Base Anacostia Bowling in Washington, D.C., is one of 6 musical ensembles that form the United States Air Force Band. Featuring 6 active duty musicians, Max Impact regularly presents high-intensity performances throughout the United States and abroad. So check it out at 2:30, hangar number 2. If you love some rock and roll music, check out Max Impact. Again, that'll be at hangar number 2 at 2:30 this afternoon. Just to let you know, ladies and gentlemen, again, we're refilling the water buffaloes. So those of you who are looking for water, we are getting them filled back up, and we'll have them restationed here in just a few moments. So again, we apologize for the inconvenience, but you must be doing a good job of drinking a lot of water. So that's what we want you to do. Drink it, drink it. That's why we're bringing it out here. But again, we are getting those refilled. We'll have them back in position in just a few moments. So thank you for your patience. All right, are you loving it so far? What do you think, Andrews? Huh? You having fun out here today? Anybody? There's a few of you having a good time. Well, that's good. If you haven't checked out all the aircraft on static display, we got a bunch of them out here today. Starting off to my left or your right, depending on which way you're pointing, by the KC-46, one of the newest air tankers in the United States Air Force inventory. You can check out this aircraft, tours on the inside. You got the KC-135, the workhorse. This aircraft, again, dates all the way back to Boeing 707 airliner. This was one of the first, it was actually the first air passenger liner aircraft developed, and they were modified. Many military aircraft modified from this original design. The KC was one of those. It looks, the fuselage, very similar, the wings and tail to the 707 airliner, but again, more modern engines put on board the aircraft now. And you got the KC-135 sitting here ready for tours on the inside. We have aircraft also on static display like the P-51 Mustang. We got, I think there's an L-29 back there. We've got the case, we got the F-15s. We got the F-35s, a couple of those on static display. We got the unique Osprey, one of the most unique aircraft in the military inventory. 2 of those examples right here. Come up and take a look at them. We've also got the C-54. The C-54 is that large silver aircraft. You'll see the red stripes painted on the tail. Inside that aircraft is a mini museum of the Berlin airlift, because many C-54s participated in the Berlin airlift. And this aircraft actually has a mini museum of how the Berlin why it was necessary, why it took place, how it was done. And so more than just a tour of the inside of the aircraft, you can get a little piece of history in there as well. Check out the C-54. On the far north end, you got the C-5 Galaxy, one of the largest aircraft in the world, bigger than a 747. The C-5 Galaxy with us this weekend. We got the C-130 and other aircraft as well. Check it out. We've even got, I believe, we got the Royal New Zealand Air Force represented out there. So amazing aircraft, ladies and gentlemen. Check them all out. This is your opportunity to get an up-close look and personal look at some of the military hardware that we're supporting and are defending our nation 24/7. So many of these aircraft, of course, we don't get a chance to see close up because what they do are thousands of feet above the air. So come out and check out these beautiful aircraft. This is your opportunity to ask questions, get answers, or maybe even find out how you can participate by becoming a member of the United States Armed Forces. As a matter of fact, right before the Thunderbirds fly today, we will actually have an enlistment ceremony that will take place right out here in front of the Thunderbirds, and you'll have the opportunity to welcome the newest members of the United States Armed Forces family right here at Joint Base Andrews. That'll take place right before the Thunderbirds fly later this afternoon. So again, if you're interested, there are a lot of military personnel located throughout.
The thing I'm probably most excited for is it's my first time ever working for an air show, and it's also my first time ever being at an air show. So it'll definitely be something new. So how I connect to this year's theme of legacy is I have 5 family members in the military, including myself. I have 2 sisters in the Army, I have 2 cousins in the Navy, and I have 1 cousin in the Air Force. We're all like the first generation of our family to join the military. They did have a big influence in me joining because they told me about the opportunities that the military gives me and the opportunities they give a lot of people. Without that advice, probably wouldn't know what I'd be doing. If anything, it has really helped me a lot, and I'm probably going to stay in for a while. This is the Joint Base Andrews Air Show, where legacy fuels the future.
And just in case you're wondering, that's the Secretary of State exiting on his way to the Middle East. Just to show you how busy this place is, as we have got diplomats coming in all the time, it seems like. We've already had J.D. Vance here. We've already had the president here this weekend. We've had Hakeseth, Secretary of War, was here yesterday. As a matter of fact, he came and watched the Thunderbirds fly yesterday. And now I believe that's Secretary of State Rubio taking off. So a lot of great diplomats, ladies and gentlemen, that fly all in and out here. As a matter of fact, Andrews is the place when diplomats fly into the United States, they come here, and then they get disseminated around the country wherever they got to go. So this is one amazing airfield, ladies and gentlemen, that all right, ladies and gentlemen, we're just moments away from the C-17 Globemaster 3 demonstration. Again, this is an amazing workhorse of an aircraft. And looking at it, you think, wow, this plane can land in a place like that? Absolutely. Just like the predecessor of the C-47 before it, the C-130 Hercules, these 2 aircraft, again, could literally get into areas you wouldn't dream such a large aircraft could get into. But the C-17 carries on that tradition admirably, very, very well. And you're going to get a unique look at this incredible workhorse that carries on the tradition of getting the supplies, getting the personnel where they need to go. It's an amazing aircraft, and you're going to get a nice demonstration by the C-17 Globemaster 3. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure at this time to turn it over to the United States Air Force C-17A Globemaster 3 demonstration.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Captain Chuck Swartz from Charlotte, North Carolina. It is my pleasure to describe today's flight demonstration by America's premier airlifter, the Boeing C-17 Globemaster 3. In just a few seconds, the C-17 East Coast demonstration team will be performing a max effort takeoff. This maneuver will have the giant aircraft airborne in less than 3,000 feet and at an altitude of 1,000 feet well before the end of the runway. Let's watch as the C-17 takes to the skies here for the 2025 Joint Base Andrews Air Show. Our crew for today is Major Sierra Kelly from Colorado Springs, Colorado. She's the aircraft commander and pilot flying for our demonstration. She is joined by pilots Major Darren Slick Gelson from Guilford, Connecticut, and Major Eddie Deacon Duval from Denver, Colorado. Our loadmaster for today's demonstration is Staff Sergeant Jackie Mamolia from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. We are based at Joint Base Charleston, South Carolina. This highly experienced crew has a combined total of over 10,000 flight hours with 12 deployments in support of combat and humanitarian missions throughout the world. The C-17, affectionately known as the Moose, was responsible for airlifting the majority of over 120,000 evacuees from Afghanistan during Operations Allies Refuge. In addition to their combat deployments, members of the crew are uniquely qualified to conduct specialized night, low-level, and high-altitude operations in contested environments in support of the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and President of the United States Special Operations Priority Missions. While the crew is maneuvering for their first pass, I'd like to share some facts with you about this amazing aircraft. The C-17 made its first flight in September of 1991. Since then, the aircraft has set over 30 world records, including payload to altitude, time to climb, and the longest airdrop mission in history. When the C-17 was created, its design was revolutionary, including digital glass cockpit displays, heads-up displays at both pilot stations, control sticks instead of yokes, and an advanced cargo handling system. These features allow pilots to make precise control inputs for easier maneuvering and enables loadmasters to quickly load and offload cargo. Those of us in the military could not do our jobs without the love and support of our family and friends. Here today are Sierra's dad in the audience, along with Major Slick Gelson's family and fans and friends of the rest of our Moose crew as well. If you see them out in the crowd, please give them a huge round of applause. The crew is setting up to perform a high-speed pass. The massive engines of this jet allow it to accelerate very quickly. The aircraft is now accelerating to over 350 miles an hour, showing off its extremely powerful engines. Ladies and gentlemen, the C-17 is now approaching from your left. Even at high speeds, note how quiet it is passing by show center. This gives our operators a tactical advantage while flying low over hostile territory. mentioned earlier, the longest airdrop mission in history, in 1998, 8 C-17s departed the United States, flying over 8,000 nautical miles to Central Asia to airdrop troops and equipment. The mission lasted over 19 hours and delivered critical supplies and troops to the region. Also in 1998, a Charleston C-17 airlifted our beloved Keiko, the orca from the movie Free Willy, in a specialized tank from Oregon to Iceland to return the whale to its native waters. Because of the heavy load and short remote runway in Iceland, the C-17 was the only aircraft in the world that could perform this mission to return Keiko to the wild. While the C-17 is best known for airlifting cargo and passengers, it can also function as a flying hospital for up to 74 wounded patients. Specialized medical teams are able to use ample space in the cargo compartment to care for wounded passengers while transporting them to high-level medical facilities. Now approaching from your right, the aircraft will perform a slow speed pass. During the pass, please notice the wing leading edge slats and large powered wing flaps. A unique feature of the C-17 is the flaps is to extend into the exhaust of the engines, which generates lift, allowing it for a slow final approach speed. Ladies and gentlemen, get your cameras ready, as this will be your best opportunity to take photos of our state-of-the-art machine. C-17 East Coast Demo Team! The slow approach speeds enables this aircraft to land and stop in very short distances. Later in this demonstration, you'll see our skilled pilots land this giant aircraft in less than 2,000 feet. To put that in perspective, the Lincoln Memorial here reflecting pool is 2,000 feet long, so the C-17 could easily land with enough room to spare. Aircrew and maintainers of the C-17 affectionately refer to it as the Moose because of the moose call the sound fuel vents make with the refueling of the aircraft. In case you're wondering how big the C-17 is, it's about 175 feet long, the wingspan is roughly 170 feet, and the tail is over 5 stories tall. Fully loaded, it weighs over 580,000 pounds. It can carry helicopters, small airplanes, and even an M1 Abrams tank. While the C-17 carries a large amount of military equipment, it also delivers rapid humanitarian aid in response to people in need. When the Hurricane Irma hit Florida Keys and Puerto Rico in 2016, C-17s were amongst the first aircraft to land in both locations, delivering critical supplies to rescue personnel and assist in As the aircraft approaches from your left, please notice the upturned wingtips or winglets. These decrease aerodynamic drag and increase fuel economy. To give you a better idea of the aircraft's overall size, the winglets themselves are nearly 9 feet tall. The C-17 will now maneuver for a circle over the airfield, showing its ability to fly at slow speeds and demonstrates its advanced aerodynamics in action. Those of us in the Air Force could not do what we do without our maintainers, our flying crew chiefs for this weekend, our Senior Airman Traylon Jeribo, and Senior Airman William Salas. Please give them a huge round of applause. The slow flying characteristics of this aircraft are critical for a successful airdrop of personnel and equipment. 102 troops can jump out of the C-17 in about 45 seconds using 2 troop doors located on the side of the aircraft. Most paratroopers prefer the C-17 over other aircraft because of the space, air conditioning, and a smoother jump experience. For equipment, the aircraft can airdrop pickup trucks, Humvees, road graders, boats, and even NASA rockets. In 2010, a C-17 dropped a 77,000-pound platform to test the recovery parachutes for NASA's Ares 1 launch vehicle's solid rocket boosters. To put in that perspective, that's the weight of 6 elephants extracted from the aircraft. As you can see, the C-17 is extremely maneuverable at both high and low speeds, making it easy to operate in any tactical situation. The C-17 is also unique in the fact that we are the only aircraft in the world to be able to deploy thrust reversers in flight, allowing us to achieve 15 to 20,000 feet per minute descent rates or rapidly slow in level flight. Some more interesting facts about the C-17 Globemaster III. The aircraft can fly anywhere in the world non-stop using its air-to-air refueling capability. Air Force personnel routinely fly 24-hour missions with only a single crew. The most basic crew complement required to operate a C-17 is merely 2 pilots and 1 loadmaster. The heavy-duty landing gear allows it to land on surfaces such as cement, sand, dirt, and even ice. As a result of this, the C-17 has been in over 180 countries and every continent in the world since production began. All Air Force C-17 crew members are trained on the use of night vision goggles or NVGs, allowing them to operate while in unlit, austere locations around the globe. As the crew makes their final approach, the aircraft will be flying at just under 120 miles an hour. They are simulating arrival into a shortened airfield where hostile forces are present. This versatile tactic allows the C-17 to operate in over 6,000 more airfields worldwide than any commercial wide-body aircraft. After landing, the crew will demonstrate another unique feature of the aircraft, the ability to back up under its own power. This gives the aircraft increased maneuverability on the ground and the capability to operate at smaller unsupported fields. Let's watch as our jet performs a max effort landing. As the jet starts backing up after landing, look to the rear troop door. You will see our very own Jackie Momoya conducting the aircraft backwards. Wave out to Jackie Momoya. Say back it up. Give it up for your C-17 East Coast demo team. All the maneuvers you have seen here today are examples of those flown by our operational air crews on a regular basis, as they provide the highly responsive and flexible airlift capability for America. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes today's demonstration. On behalf of the men and women of the United States Air Force, Air Mobility Command, and Joint Base Charleston, we thank you for being with us today, and we hope you enjoyed this brief look at the C-17 Globemaster III, the United States Air Force's core airlifter and workhorse, which will continue to provide rapid global mobility for America today, tomorrow, and well into the 21st century. Back to you, Mike.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. What do you think of the C-17? Amazing? Wow. And we got, and let's give a big round of applause to Put the Spurs to her, Chuck. Good job, buddy. Great job. Great to have the C-17 with us this weekend. Always a pleasure. And there goes The C-147 on board members of your United States Army Golden Knights. You can see that rear door taken off the back side of the fuselage there. That's where the jumpers will be exiting at almost 2 miles above our heads, ladies and gentlemen. They're going to climb up to well over, about over 10,000 feet easily. I think on a beautiful day like today, we can probably get up to 11 or 12 easily. Exiting the aircraft, falling towards the ground at 120 miles an hour. We'll get another parachute demonstration from the Golden Knights. Absolutely amazing. We want to let you know the United States Army Golden Knights, of course, our demonstration and competition parachute team representing the Army. Their mission is to connect the American people with the Army through parachute demonstrations, competitions, and other events. They're one of the 3 Department of Defense sanctioned aerial demonstration teams, along with the Navy's Blue Angels and the Air Force's Thunderbirds. The team is comprised of around 95 men and women, including parachute units, an aviation unit, and headquarters. Aspiring Golden Knights undergo a rigorous selection process, including a 6-week course with numerous free-fall jumps, technical training, and public speaking exercises. The Golden Knights were formed in 1959 and gained their name in 1962 for their winning record. They participated in air shows, sporting events, and other public events all across the country. They're based out of Fort Bragg, North Carolina. Great to have the Golden Knights with us again this weekend. C-17 back taxiing down the runway. As the Golden Knights get up to altitude, again, they're going to be at over 2 miles above our heads. When they exit that aircraft, they can fall as fast as 120 miles an hour. And the only way we're going to be able to spot them is when those smoke canisters are ignited. This will give us an indication of where they are, because when you're that far away at 2 miles, you look pretty small. Tough to pick a human being out at 2 miles. And the smoke trails, the smoke canisters help us identify them as they head towards the ground. Still to come, more history taking to the skies over Joint Base Andrews as Greg Collier will get in the cockpit of the T-33 he calls Acemaker. This was a training jet used in the late 1940s and 50s, and as a matter of fact, one of the most widely used jet trainers in the world. And another great piece of history that we're getting a chance to take a close-up look at, the T-33 Shooting Star. Mike Goulian still to come in the Extra 330. Again, another high-performance aerobatic by an air show master. Mike with over 25 years of air show experience taking to the skies for us today. And then still to come, the United States Air Force Thunderbirds. But before the Thunderbirds, we're actually going to have an enlistment ceremony right out here in front of the Thunderbird aircraft. These will be the newest members of the United States military. They're going to be sworn in today by the Blue Angels, so something they will remember and their families for a very long time, getting sworn in by the Thunderbirds. Again, let's give a big shout out to our incredible sponsors of this weekend's air show, Andrews Federal Credit Union. We appreciate Andrews so much. They are great supporters of Andrews Air Force Base and the military personnel here. If you want to find out about their services, get signed up. They can give you all the information you need to be a part of the Andrews Federal Credit Union family. Stop by their tent located at Air Show Center. You'll see the large blue tent with those 3 white stripes on it, the Andrews logo. Stop by there, get the information you need. And they even got some free goodies over there, too. And they're nice people. They don't bite. So Andrews Federal Credit Union, thank you for your support. We'd also like to give a big shout-out to AFA. AFA, a proud sponsor of this weekend's air show, along with United Airlines. I use them a lot. United Airlines, one of our great sponsors, along with Vacation Village. We thank you, Vacation Village, for your support of this weekend's air show. And again, a big shout out to Verizon and AT&T for bringing in some extra cellular towers to help support this weekend's air show, so we can all make those phone calls, get on the social media. Hope you're doing that, spreading the word, because we've got one more day to go. If you love it, if you're having fun out here today, why don't you come back again tomorrow? Or if you didn't get to make it out, some of your friends and family, send those pictures, send those videos, tell them they need to be out here. It's an amazing weekend and a way to, again, show your support for all the great folks out here at Andrews Air Force Base, one of the most incredible bases really in the nation. as it is very, very busy. And for the crews and the people and the staff that work out here, I mean, to put an air show on top of everything they're responsible for is absolutely amazing. My hat off to the team and to all the personnel out here who are doing an amazing job of putting this air show together. It takes a lot of work, a lot of coordination, and they have done an amazing job.
Oh, so one of the 826 ground crew guys, remember those, like, Thunderbird meeting, those two?
Air show operational and announcing services are provided to the 2025 Joint Base Andrews Air Show by David Schultz Air Shows of Clearfield, Pennsylvania. This event marks the 36th event of a busy aviation season, 2025 air show season, that will see us support over 50 aviation events all across the United States. From Naval Air Station Corpus Christi, Texas, to March Air Reserve Base, California, and from the Wildwood Beachfront, New Jersey, to Safford, Arizona, David Schultz Air Shows provides the very best in aviation productions, operations, announcing to military and civilian venues all across North America. For more information on David Schultz Air Shows, please look at their award-winning website, SchultzAirshows.com, and follow us on social media, Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram. Don't forget, coming up at 2 o'clock over at Hangar 2, the United States Air Force Honor Guard drill team going to be performing for us today. If you love that drill team performance, and they flip them rifles and the precision and the handling, it's absolutely amazing, fun to watch. They're going to be performing at 2 o'clock, Hangar 2, the United States Air Force Honor Guard drill team. Then coming up at 4:30 at the same location, the United States Air Force Band Max Impact. They'll be performing. Max Impact stationed at Joint Base Anacostia Bowling in Washington, D.C. Again, one of 6 musical enlistment teams for the United States Air Force Band, featuring 6 active duty musicians. If you love some great rock and roll music, check out Max Impact. Again, they'll be performing at 2:30 this afternoon in Hangar number 2. And we got good news. You need some water? Well, the water buffaloes are back in position. So if you need some water, we've got it on station. The water buffaloes are full and ready to go. Again, we want to encourage you, if you don't have any earbuds, I know we have some of the vendors out here do have earbuds available. Get that ear protection, especially if you have children under the age of 2. It's really noisy. As some of you were here earlier and got to see the FA-18, gets pretty loud out here. And there's RJ taking off in the Decathlon. RJ, a master of this aircraft. He really knows it inside and out. He'll put on an amazing performance for you, as you'll see this aircraft, again, performing at literally half the horsepower of any other aircraft flying out here today. He'll provide all the same type of maneuvers and thrill and fun, and you'll get a chance to watch RJ here in just a few moments. Climbing up the altitude, the United States Army Golden Knights. Again, they'll be 2 miles above our heads, falling down at 120 miles an hour. Greg Collier in the T-33 Acemaker. Mike Goulian in the EA-330. And the United States Air Force Thunderbirds. Still more fun to go here at the 2025 Joint Base Andrews Air Show. If you do happen to get separated from your party, you can stop any of our security forces that are on the ramp area, anybody in uniform, let them know, and we'll make sure that we get you reacquainted with your loved ones. Again, if you haven't downloaded it yet, download the Joint Base Andrews app. There's a free app you can download. Look under Andrew Air Show in the PlayStation, and where you get your apps downloaded. Get that free app. It's a great way of knowing what's going on out here today. Plus, you'll see those QR codes located around the infield area, around the ramp area. Scan those to get more additional information. So if you haven't done it yet, download the official Andrews Air Force 2025 Air Show app. Again, Andrews Air Show. That's what you type in to find it. It'll take you right to it. Download it, and you'll have a great resource information right there in the palm of your hand. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're getting ready to get back in the sky as Mr. R.J. Gritter getting ready to come in the Decathlon. What an amazing plane. We got Pete here. Pete's going to tell us all about it.
And RJ is your hometown performer, Mike. He's from Catlett, Virginia, Fauquier County. And an interesting piece of trivia about RJ is that he came to the show in 2018 and was pining to fly the show, and now he is here making his Andrews debut. It's a pleasure to introduce you to RJ Gritter, a remarkable display of stick and rudder aerobatics from one of the finest airshow pilots in the world today. Today, you've seen pilots flying airplanes with 300, even 400 horsepower, and this performer does all the same maneuvers and more with half of the power, all the while pulling a much heavier airframe with a lot more drag. The pilot, once a whiz kid of model airplanes, is now an accomplished aerospace engineer who's redefining the art of decathlon aerobatics. Ladies and gentlemen, look high to your right and give it up for R.J. Gritter.
We are not the same. Down in the city, I'm back on the base. Gotta get to it, no pain is safe. Running the game, they running away. They running their mouth, you know they are fake. Pick a side, okay. Who's you on for the ride? Okay. New kid on the block, next up on the rise. It's game time, yeah.
The airplane that RJ's flying is hardly an aerobatic hot rod. The Decathlon traces its roots back to the 80-year-old Aranca champ, and what it lacks in performance, RJ makes up with athleticism, muscle, and a lot of rudder. There is no hiding your mistakes in a decathlon. The knife edge spin. Let me tell you a little bit more about RJ, who developed a passion for aerobatics through radio control flying. He started competing at the age of 16 and even represented the U.S. on the world stage in indoor precision and freestyle championships. RC flying gave RJ the strong background for the unique brand of flying that you're watching right now. Get this, RJ got his airplane, learned aerobatics, and made his air show debut all in the span of just 1 year. You can't say he's not dedicated. And if you're interested in aerobatics and want to join this incredible community, join the International Aerobatic Club to connect with aerobatic pilots and enthusiasts. You can check it out at IAC.org. RJ wants to see your point of view, so share your videos and tag him. Follow RJ on Instagram at RJ Gritter. You can also follow him on Facebook at RJ Gritter Air Show. Special thanks to Garmin Aviation, proud sponsor of RJ Gritter Air Shows. From the Garmin Pilot app to his panel-mounted avionics to his smartwatch, Garmin guides RJ through the sky, providing the best guidance from show to show and helping him train to stay at the top of his game. As he climbs for his final maneuver, RJ would also like to thank Horizon Hobby, TAC Aero, Tempest Aero Group, Hartzell Propeller, Goodyear, Wayland Aerospace Technologies, Air Knocker Aviation, Air Tech Coatings, Acme Aero, B&C Specialty Products, Aircraft Spruce, and Aeroline Design. The support of these industry leaders allows RJ to fly at the top of his game. Now, RJ is on the left side of the air show arena, trading excess altitude for excess airspeed. This will be RJ's signature maneuver. It is called the slow roll, and nobody does it like RJ Gritter. RJ levels off now at 20 feet above the deck. Left stick now using the fuselage to keep the airplane upright, and top rudder to keep the nose from sinking towards the ground. Forward stick, the controls are reversed. He's through inverted now. Now left rudder to keep the airplane from sinking and dishing out towards the ground. A remarkable display of skill by RJ Gritter. He makes it look like art. Ladies and gentlemen, what do you think of RJ Gritter from Fauquier County, Virginia? One final reminder to follow RJ on Instagram at RJ Gritter Air Shows, and we will see you tomorrow. Mike, back to you, my friend. What did you think of that?
Oh, I'm always amazed and fun to watch. That man knows the airplane backwards and forwards. It's very clear. What a great job, RJ. Always a lot of fun. Again, this is an aircraft that you would fly in if you want to learn the art of aerobatics. And you can see that this man knows all about aerobatics. Great to have RJ with us this weekend. We look forward to more fun tomorrow right here at day number 2. So, again, if you're having fun out here today, you didn't get enough fun in, come on out tomorrow. We're going to do it all over again. All right, coming your way next, high overhead, somewhere at 10,000 feet. United States Army Golden Knights getting ready for their second performance of today. Always exciting to have the Golden Knights with us. They're going to put on an incredible demonstration for you, high above us, falling down at 120 miles an hour towards the ground. Again, we're just minutes away from a jumper away. 10,000 feet above our heads. Again, they're going to look awful small that far away. So again, we really won't know where they are until the smoke canisters hit. Then we'll have a good idea where they're at as they fall towards the ground. They'll do some amazing work, free fall work, as they'll actually come together. I think earlier today they actually did a spiral. Looked really cool. 2 of the jumpers locked arms, came spiraling down together. It was pretty wild. And again, the relative canopy work that's done, it's really fun to watch. And again, you can find out more about becoming a part of the United States Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, Coast Guard. We've got representatives out here who'll be glad to answer any questions you have about the opportunities that are available. It's a great way to get a job, training, job security for one thing, especially in vocations. And we need a lot of vocational people. But we appreciate all of you being out here today. Hope you're having a wonderful time. It's a beautiful weekend, plenty of sunshine. Hope you're taking care of yourself. I understand we had to go refill the water buffaloes. Those are free water that's available on the ramp area, and those should be back in position at this time. So again, if you're needing some water, we do have it available. Ladies and gentlemen, look high overhead. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our jumper back down safely to the ground. our first jumper, the narrator for the United States Army Golden Knights. Let's get ready to get those eyes back to the skies. We are looking at 10,000 feet above our heads.
American paratrooper, born of fire of World War II, more than 80 years ago, has since struck fear and terror in the hearts of those foolish enough to oppose them. Relentless in their skill and courage, not only in the air, but also on the ground. These brave soldiers have forged for themselves a place of honor in America's hearts. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Sergeant Sloan Cannett, originally from Beverly Hills, Michigan. It has been my proud honor to fly in our national POW MIA flag on this, my 1,137th free fall parachute jump. I will describe for you all today a demonstration of precision freefall as performed by members of your United States Army parachute team, the Golden Knights. Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention high overhead. Our distinctively painted C-147 aircraft is inbound for the first pass of today's performance. As the aircraft crosses overhead, the jump master will give a crossed arm signal of hot target, signifying the airspace is clear and that it is safe to jump. The jumpers complete their final gear checks and move to the door in the rear of the aircraft. The jumpers are out and the smoke is on. We now have two jumpers in free fall, rapidly approaching speeds of 120 miles per hour. These jumpers fly their bodies apart to gain separation, using their hands, arms, legs, and shoulders as flight controls. The jumpers will now face each other and make contact. These jumpers are now forming 120 mile per hour spirals in the sky. Count with me as they make our helixes. 1, 2, 3, 4. And these jumpers will now separate and prepare to deploy their main parachutes. And there you have the high-flying black and gold of your United States Army parachute team, the Golden Knights. Mr. Charlie Hillard, former team leader of the Eagles aerobatics team, and parachute manufacturer Mr. Steve Snyder exchanged the first baton in 1958. It was then believed that two jumpers in free fall could not possibly make contact. The trail of smoke each jumper leaves in the sky is created by two M18 red smoke canisters, which emit a continuous stream of smoke for up to 90 seconds. The jumper attaches these to 1 foot with a specially designed bracket and then ties the activation pins to a lanyard. By pulling on this lanyard, he or she can ignite their smoke immediately upon exiting the aircraft while in free fall or under parachute. In more conventional Army units, these same smoke canisters are used as ground-to-ground signaling devices, ground-to-air signaling devices, and screening devices to conceal troop movement. Moments ago, these jumpers were more than 2 miles overhead. They can hear you very well as they come into land. Make some noise, Maryland, for these first jumpers. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you have ever wondered what would happen if a parachute did not work, then watch closely because you are about to find out. Please watch as our next jumper will demonstrate the dramatic cutaway maneuver. Our next jumper here has your Maryland state flag for you today. She is going to show you the full flight characteristics of the Ram Air parachute as she brings it over the target for an awesome target area landing. To become a Golden Knight, each individual must first achieve 100 free fall parachute jumps, be enlisted in the Army, and have a clean military and civilian record before applying to the annual Golden Knights assessment and selection. During assessment and selection, candidates are evaluated for 8 weeks on character traits including discipline, dedication, attention to detail, and teamwork. During this time, rigorous physical training is conducted and the jumpers execute an average of 10 free fall jumps per day. Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention high overhead. The jumper is out and has ignited his smoke as he glides to his opening point. This jumper is wearing 3 parachutes instead of the 2 that we normally wear. He will open his first parachute much higher than normal and intentionally cause it to malfunction. Please do not be alarmed when this first parachute begins to streamer. There is absolutely no danger to the jumper. This is our only solo maneuver, yet one of our most exciting. This is a perfectly good parachute and can be landed. However, the jumper will reach up and release one side of the parachute, causing it to malfunction. This jumper is now accelerating earthward at speeds in excess of 80 miles per hour. It would be impossible for him to survive this landing, so he must release it completely, return to free fall, and open his main parachute. This is the same procedure a free fall parachutist would use if he were to have a problem with his main parachute. The reserve or the auxiliary parachute used by the Golden Knights is also a flexible wing glider, such as the one you see now. However, there are some differences. It is white in color, and it is slightly smaller in wing surface area, with a much greater forward speed of up to 30 miles per hour. This enables our jumpers to make it back into any tight situation, such as a downtown intersection or major league stadium. While each of the jumpers will repack their main parachute, a certified parachute maintenance technician must repack the reserve every 180 days, whether it is used or not. The released parachute you see floating earthward will be recovered, untangled, and hooked up to use again. If it does float towards you, please do not attempt to catch or retrieve it. Our recovery team is on its way. The parachutes used by the Golden Knights are flexible wing gliders, constructed of lightweight ripstop nylon. Our parachutes have an inherent forward airspeed of up to 22 miles per hour. To turn left, the jumper pulls down on the left steering line. To turn right, the jumper will simply pull down on the right steering line. And as jumpers near the ground, they pull down on both steering lines simultaneously for the safest and softest possible landing. Each year, our Golden Knights will fly south for the winter to conduct 2 months of intensive training in Homestead, Florida. They work on all maneuvers like the ones you see today to be able to give you this amazing show. As this jumper nears the target, watch the movements they make with the steering lines. They are showing you the full flight characteristics of our Ram Air parachutes as he brings it over the target for a beautiful target area landing. Make some noise for our cutaway jumper. In a matter of moments, the rest of the Golden Knights will exit the aircraft and form one of the many mass formations possible while in free fall. The jumpers are out and the show is on. We now have the rest of our jumpers rapidly approaching speeds of 120 miles per hour. The initial part of the formation is called the base, and it forms quickly as these jumpers fly their bodies together while interlocking their arms and legs to form the nucleus of the formation. As the formation continues to fall at 120 miles per hour, you can see our wingsuiter circling him, reaching speeds of up to 180 miles per hour. Once these jumpers reach a specific point, the team leader will give a thumbs up, and they will perform our bomb burst maneuver. This is our salute to all of you in the audience today. Watch for our parachutes. Now, as you may have guessed, these jumpers are faced with a unique situation, a traffic jam in the sky. They must create vertical separation to allow for individual approaches into the target area. This is accomplished by pulling down on the front part of the parachute and spiraling down at speeds of up to 60 miles per hour. This enables our jumpers to set up a traffic pattern, just like you might see aircraft at a busy airport. At 1,000 feet, the jumpers will do what is called a wind penetration check, checking their distance and speed across the ground. They will then fly a downwind leg, a base leg 90 degrees to the target, and then face into the wind for a final approach. If you look up, you will notice under our black parachute, our jumper, it has our 36-foot braided steel smoke chain with 6 of those M18 red smoke canisters attached. He will deploy each smoke canister one at a time off of a harness around his neck. It takes a great deal of concentration to be able to land dead center on our target. The jumpers will keep a close eye on the windsock located in the target area. And once on final approach, they will shift all their concentration to a small black dot located in the center of the orange X. This jumper is showing you how to use the steering toggles for a beautiful dead center landing. These jumpers train year-round on piloting their parachutes, but they always seem to fly better when they can hear the roar of a crowd. JB Andrews, make some noise for the rest of our jumpers coming in. You may notice the tail of the parachutes curling under. This slows the forward speed while reducing the jumper's rate of descent. The parachute has 7 openings in the front. These allow air to be forced in, inflating the flexible wing gliders. As our smoke jumper brings it in to show you how we land on our target. If you'd like to find out more about your United States Army parachute team, the Golden Knights, you can find us on social media by searching U.S. Army Parachute Team. And if you post anything from today's show, make sure that you tag us at Army Golden Knights. At the completion of today's performance, we will bring our equipment out into the audience. Come forward and help us repack our parachutes and ask any questions about freefall parachuting or opportunities available to you in today's modern Army. The United States Army Parachute Team was formed in 1959 at the home of the airborne, Fort Bragg, North Carolina. At that time, the team consisted of 19 original members. Each was selected to assist in the development of modern parachuting techniques, to provide world-class competition parachutists, and to perform live aerial demonstrations in support of Army public relations and recruiting. In 1961, we were designated the Army's official aerial demonstration unit, and 1 year later, we adopted our nickname, the Golden Knights. As the last of the jumpers removed their equipment and donned the distinctive maroon beret of today's modern paratrooper, I would like to introduce the jumpers. But first, performing the difficult duties of ground control. From Ripley, Oklahoma, he is an airborne mortarman with 137 freefall parachute jumps. Staff Sergeant Brendan Warden. And performing our incredible wingsuit maneuver from Medford, Oregon, he is an airborne communication specialist with 1,031 freefall parachute jumps. Staff Sergeant Kyle Mead. And now for the rest of the jumpers. From Rochester, New York, she is an airborne infantryman with 573 freefall parachute jumps. Sergeant Clarissa Smith. From San Antonio, Texas, he is an airborne parachute maintenance technician with 1,371 freefall parachute jumps. Sergeant First Class Brandon Guevara. From Peoria, Illinois, he is an airborne infantryman with 1,253 freefall parachute jumps. Sergeant Brandon Hexum. From Dansville, Indiana, he is an airborne infantryman with 2,735 freefall parachute jumps. Sergeant First Class Matt Garner. From Franklin, Wisconsin, he is an airborne mortarman with 2,035 freefall parachute jumps. Sergeant First Class Mikey Heath. And leading the Golden Knights in freefall, the team leader of the Black Demonstration Team. From Cedar Rapids, Iowa, he is an airborne signal intelligence voice interceptor with 7,036 freefall parachute jumps. Sergeant First Class Marcus Denniston. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to present the Black Demonstration Team for the 2025 Air Show season. All members of your United States Army Parachute Team, the Golden Knights. Now, in keeping with a long-standing Golden Knights tradition, we would like to present today's batons, which were flown in freefall to two distinguished members of today's audience. Captain Richard Nelms and Second Lieutenant Alan Shapiro have stepped forward and been introduced to our team leader. Both Captain Nelms and Lieutenant Shapiro are World War II veterans. Captain Nelms enlisted in the Army in 1942 after the attack on Pearl Harbor. He flew over 35 missions in the B-17 Flying Fortress. He received honors including the Distinguished Flying Cross, 5 Air Medals, the Presidential Unit Citation, and more. Captain Nelms is also 102 years old. Lieutenant Shapiro commissioned in 1944. He piloted C-47s used to drop paratroopers behind enemy lines in Germany. He participated in the Battle of the Bulge. Both Captain Nelms and Lieutenant Shapiro were awarded the French Legion of Honor medals from the President of France. Our baton is symbolic in nature in that it has 8 sides that represent the 8 individual pieces of the jumper's equipment used during a freefall parachute jump. Captain Nelms and Lieutenant Shapiro, the United States Army, the Golden Knights, and the great state of Maryland proudly salute you. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our second performance for the day. And on behalf of the entire team, I would like to thank each and every one of you for being such a warm and receptive airborne audience. In closing, I leave you with this final thought. In the future, may all your days be prosperous and your nights golden.
Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for your United States Army Golden Knights. Wow. What another great demonstration by this incredible team. Do such a great job. And honoring our World War II vet, that is awesome. Great to have the Golden Knights with us, and we appreciate their support. We've still got more to go at the 2025 Joint Base Andrews Air Show. Still to come. The T-33 Acemaker. Greg Collier and the T-33, an aircraft, again, dating back to the 1940s when jets were beginning to make their place and make their way into the Army inventory, into the Air Force, and in the Navy. And this aircraft was an adaptation of the P-80 Shooting Star, which was a fighter jet, and it was turned into a...
To keep on calling.
In the United States or for Britain before the end of World War II. Only the Germans got jets into the war by flying the 262, the ME-262. Now, actually, to tell you the truth, there were a couple of these P-80s that were snuck over into the Mediterranean theater of operation. Test them out a little bit, but again, they were not there to do combat. As Greg does a nice 4-point roll in the T-33. But again, only the Germans got jet fighters into production and into the air in any numbers before the war was over. Big wing over from the left this time. Get your cameras ready as Greg's setting up for the photo pass. This will be a great opportunity to get a nice photo as he'll come by at about a 30-degree angle of bank. From the left, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Greg Collier and the photo pass. And, ladies and gentlemen, what'd you think of that? Mr. Greg Wired Collier putting on a great demonstration in the T-33. Again, just some of the fun of watching history take to the skies is, again, we've been able to see aircraft from World War II all the way up to our modern military aircraft of today. Just phenomenal. Great to have Greg with us this weekend in the T-33. And still to come, more fun as Mike Goulian in the EA-330 getting ready to take to the skies. Again, more high-performance aerobatics. He's going to knock your shocks off. Don't take your eyes off him for a single minute. You'll miss it. It happens very quickly when Mike gets into the air. And still to come, we have the United States Air Force Thunderbirds. But before the Thunderbirds get into the skies and into the cockpit, we're going to have the unique opportunity to swear in some of the newest member of our military family as we have some future cadets getting ready to take the oath and become members of the armed forces.
I'm Aaron Deli from Australia, and I'm about to tear up the sky. Are you ready?
I'm Michael Goulian. I'm an air show pilot, and I fly this awesome Extra 330. Air show flying is my life. I actually learned to fly and solo in an airplane before I could drive a car legally. So I've been flying for more than 35 years, and I've been flying air shows for almost 30 years. People think about my airplane, they think about a Formula One car in the sky. One seat, all carbon fiber, tumbling end over end, backwards, 300 miles an hour, and it is an exercise and rock and roll show in the sky. I think what separates my air show from a lot of the others, whether it's a Warbird or a military airplane, is the maneuverability of this airplane, right? The Extra 330, it is meant to fly the most extreme maneuvers and impress crowds all around the world, and that's the job that I have here this weekend. The cool thing for me is when somebody watches me, you can see the precision and the fine-tuning of all of the career that I've had, getting coached, being competitive, flying right on a razor's edge, yet making the airplane tumble end over end, backwards. So we're doing some of that crazy air show flying, but to an untrained audience, they can see that this person is in control of this airplane every single second it's in the air. When you're at an air show or a base like Andrews Air Force Base, you feed off the energy that the crowd has. I can see the crowd down there. I'm a proud American. I can't believe that I'm here at Andrews. This is my third time here, and it's just one of those special pinch me moment weekends that you get when you're an airshow pilot.
F-35s, F-15s, Osprey with us this weekend. A couple of examples of this incredible aircraft that can take off like a helicopter, rotate into flying mode. We have the C-54, an aircraft dating back to the late World War II. This aircraft participated in the Berlin airlift, and inside the aircraft is a mini museum about the Berlin airlift. So check it out. It's the C-54. It's a large silver aircraft with the red stripes on the tail. Got 4 engines out there on the propellers. You'll want to take a look at that great piece of history as well. This next performer literally wrote the book on aerobatic flying. He's been flying air shows around North America for over 25 years and has been flying since before he could drive. What you're about to see is the ultimate display of intensity, precision, and perfection. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Michael Goulian. And again, Michael's been doing this for 25 years. What a professional. And great to have him here this weekend at the 2025 Joint Base Andrews Air Show. Hope you're having a great time out there. Still enjoying yourselves? Still good? We're still all right? All right, hanging in there. Nobody fainting, pointing, nobody falling out. All right, we don't have to carry anybody home tonight. That's why you got to take care of yourself. Hope you're drinking plenty of fluid, getting yourself something to eat or drink. No reason to go out of here hungry or thirsty. We've got plenty to drink. We got food. We got food vendors. We got it all going on out there. And still got a few more moments. Check out all the aircraft on static display. This is just an amazing day. We got RJ out there. RJ was signing autographs.
You got 3 minutes for
RJ up here at the fence signing autographs shamelessly. No, he's a great guy. Come up and meet him. He's up here at Show Center signing autographs. It has been an amazing day. If you love everything going on out here today and you want to have some more fun, come on out here tomorrow. We're going to do it one more time tomorrow afternoon. We do want to let you know the air show operational and announcing services are provided to the 2025 Joint Base Andrews Air Show by David Schultz Air Shows of Clearfield, Pennsylvania. This event marks the 36th event of a busy 2025 air show season that will see the company support over 50 aviation events all across the United States. From Naval Air Station Corpus Christi, Texas, to March Air Reserve Base, California, from Wildwood Beachfront, New Jersey, to Safford, Arizona, David Schultz provides the very best in aviation productions, operations, and announcing to military and civilian venues across North America. For more information, look at our award-winning website, SchultzAirShows.com. Mr. Michael Goulian out here in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. Give him a wave. All right, now, we need you to smile and wave as the first helicopter squadron's coming to take our picture from the left, from your right, rather. So let's all put on your best smile, straighten your shirt. Smile pretty. We want to see some gleaming whites out there. All right, here he comes. He's taking photographs of all of us out here. Woohoo! There he is. Hope you look good.
yeah, me too. I'm doing what? Sorry, I guess it wasn't a full 3 minutes.
All right, I hope you were smiling when the aircraft came by. Again, in just a few moments, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have an enlistment ceremony. We are going to swear in the newest members of the United States military family right out here in front of us. So this will be an opportunity to welcome them and congratulate them on a great decision. They're going to make a difference, and we appreciate everyone. Again, you got to realize, ladies and gentlemen, our military is made up of all volunteers, every one of them. They're choosing to be a part of this, and again, we appreciate these new cadets that'll be coming in just a few moments. We're going to have that official ceremony coming up in just a few moments. And then still to come, your United States Air Force Thunderbirds. So stick around. We've got a lot more to go. Fun and excitement. And then if you want to stick around a little later, when the Thunderbirds come down, they'll actually come up. You get a chance to get an autograph, meet the team. It'll be a neat experience and a neat souvenir from this weekend's air show. Again, we do remind everyone that the water buffaloes, the water tanks, are back in position. So if you need water, we do have that available. It's located all throughout the ramp area from Hangar 2, Hangar 3, and other areas located in the ramp area. So if you need some liquid, we got those available. They are back in operation. Again, a big shout out to our wonderful sponsors, great people, great companies, Andrews Federal Credit Union. We appreciate them so much. Again, be sure to stop by their tent located right at Air Show Center. Find out about what they can offer and how they can help you with your savings account, checking account, all that good stuff. See them right there. They're at Air Show Center. You see the big blue pop-up tent with the Andrews logo, the white, 3 white stripes. That's Andrews Federal Credit Union. Stop by. Again, thank you for AFA. AFA, a great sponsor of this weekend's air show, along with Vacation Village, and United Airlines. Great people, great companies. Thank you for their support of Andrews Air Force Base 2025 Air Show. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, it's my honor and privilege to turn control to the microphone and the airspace over to your United States Air Force Thunderbirds.
Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to Show Center as we welcome those before you into our United States Armed Forces. And now, our Public Affairs Officer, Thunderbird 12, Major Crystal Jimenez. You got it, 12!
Thanks, Crime, and good afternoon, DC! Thank you all for being with us here today at America's Airfield. I want to thank you for taking the time to join us as we enlist these young men and women into our United States Air Force. But first, a thank you to the families and the friends who helped these men and women become the individuals that they are today. Thank you so much for everything you've done. Your blood, sweat, and tears are not lost on us, and we will do our best to carry on from here. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for making the decision to serve in our United States Air Force. If you're ready, please come to attention. Raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name. Do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same. And that I will obey the orders of the President of the United States and the orders of the officers appointed over me, according to the regulations and the Uniform Code of Military Justice. So help me God. Congratulations.
Thunderbirds. 6, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Thunderbirds. Start 1 ready now. Canopy down ready now.
by Major Brandon Maxson, Thunderbird 8, the team's advanced pilot and narrator from Ontario, California. Before we get started, I've got one question for you. Who's ready for the Thunderbirds? All right, I know you can do better than that. Who's ready for the Thunderbirds? Woo! It's great to be here at American Airfield.
Major Jeffrey Downey, call sign Simmer, S-I-M-M-E-R, and I'm Thunderbird 5, the lead solo for the United States Air Force Thunderbirds. What goes through my mind in those split seconds as we're executing the maneuvers that we've trained for? We get the question a lot, are you nervous when you go up there and you perform, you see the huge crowd and you're doing these difficult and sometimes dangerous maneuvers? The answer to the question is no, we don't get nervous. You get hyper-focused on the moment. And we train through repetition of doing these maneuvers over and over again to try to perfect it. So by the time it comes down to the execution phase, you're so focused on the maneuver and just riding the limit of human performance and what these jets are capable of that you just get hyper-focused on executing the mission and the task at hand. And you know, that reflects what it is that we do in the Air Force. We train so that when it comes time to execute, we can be elite and make the mission happen for the U.S. and its allies. The pride and the freedom that we have and getting to display that and represent that, it's a unifying force. People come to this show and they feel proud to be an American. It's emotional. They watch the high bomb burst and they hear Celine Dion's God Bless America, and it's hard to listen to that and to not reflect and think about what it means to be American and the freedoms that we fight for. This is an incredible moment for America to unite, to come behind something that is greater than all of ourselves and to celebrate the freedoms and the capabilities that this incredible United States Air Force has. So looking forward to the weekend. Hope to see you guys out there. Woo!
A diverse group of exceptional airmen from all across this great nation who have committed to a mission greater than themselves. Each Thunderbird is filled with an intense passion, a sense of pride and purpose that represents the agile combat capability of your United States Air Force. Thunderbirds haven't shown Americans what our Air Force can do for over the past 72 years. Since 1953, not a single demonstration has been canceled due to a maintenance problem. Please join me in thanking the true heroes of our team and the United States Air Force, our maintenance and support professionals.
Can't stop me now. You 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 can't stop me now.
Right now, the pilots are completing some pre-flight checks at the end of the runway. And once they're ready, they'll take to the skies. Soon, you'll hear Thunderbird 1 command the pilots to run up their engines as they accelerate down the runway from your right to your left. Colonel Malafa will then demonstrate the superior thrust-to-weight ratio of the F-16 by immediately pulling the noses up into the vertical, performing the diamond loop-on takeoff. As the planes lift off the ground, watch for our slot pilot, Major Tyler Clark. He'll move quickly from the right wing into the slot position, forming the famous Thunderbird Diamond. Following the diamond takeoff, our solos will execute the Mayhem takeoff. Thunderbird 6 will take off from your right to your left in maximum afterburner and execute an immediate 360-degree aileron roll at low altitude. Thunderbird 5 will then take off from your left to your right, immediately pull 60 degrees into the vertical and perform a split S, reversing his direction while still over the runway. Hang tight while we get ready to fire on up!
Thunderbird 1 is ready for takeoff, runway 1 left.
Boss, winds are calm, runway 1 left, you are cleared for takeoff. It's showtime!
Thunderbird 1 is clear for takeoff, runway 1 left. Thunderbirds, let's run them up. Standby smoke. Smoke ready now. Smoke off ready now. Thunderbirds, release brakes ready now. Burners now.
And now, Joy Pace Andrews, stand tall as America's ambassadors in blue open with a tribute to the greatest nation on earth, America's own, your 2025 United States Air Force Air Demonstration Squadron from Nellis Air Force Base in Las Vegas, Nevada, led by Colonel Nathan Malafa and known to all the world as the Thunderbirds! Woo! In 1954, the first solo pilot made their debut on the Thunderbirds. And in 1962, the opposing solo was added. Now check 6 and welcome our current solo pilots, the Thunderbirds 5 and 6, as they approach from behind and overhead to execute the ever-inspiring crossover break. Thunderbird fans, have your cameras ready for a picture of formation flying at its finest as the Diamond is approaching from the right at a mere 18 inches apart from wingtip to canopy for your 2025 Diamond Pass in Review. From your left, as Thunderbird 5 displays the historic Thunderbird emblem on the bottom of his aircraft with the Knife Edge Pass. Original Thunderbird Diamond was led by Major Decathlon, with twin captains Buck and Bill Patillo as wingmen and Captain Rob Kanaga as the slot pilot. Now look back to your left as the current Thunderbird Diamond maintains precise formation position in the Diamond Row. As we fly for you today, we are proud to represent America's Air Force. We are the most lethal Air Force on the planet. Now look back to your right and find Thunderbirds 5 and 6 teamed up this time to create a mirror image in their trademark Calypso Pass. Ladies and gentlemen, the diamond is approaching from over your left shoulder in the tight echelon formation. Watch as 1 becomes 4 with the echelon pass in review. Inbound from the right, Major Scholl will demonstrate the extraordinary roll performance of the F-16 with 4 consecutive aileron rolls at low altitude. The diamond is approaching from the right. This is a rare opportunity to go inside the cockpit of Thunderbird 1 as Colonel Nathan Malafa calls for the 4 diamond pilots to perform simultaneous aileron rolls in close formation.
Smoke off, ready, now, and go.
From your right, Major Downey. From your left, Major Scholl. Inbound for show center at a closing speed of over 1,000 miles per hour. Before passing, they'll bank sharply, narrowly avoiding each other for the opposing knife edge pass. Approaching ahead and to your left, the Thunderbirds are in the challenging trail formation, with each wingman flying just a few feet from the aircraft in front of them. On command, watch as they smoothly transition back to the Thunderbird Diamond. Our two solo pilots, Simmer and Rogue, have once again positioned themselves on opposite ends of the show line to cross that show center for the inverted pass. A difficult maneuver made even more challenging since Thunderbird 5 to your left is approaching upside down. Gentlemen, look back to your right. It's the Diamond. Gear down, flaps down. Above them in hot pursuit, look for smoke. That's Major Downey closing in on the Diamond at over 500 miles per hour. Watch as he maneuvers his F-16 to intercept and overtake the Diamond directly in front of you. While the maneuvers you're watching today are in tight formation and at low altitude, they require the same level of concentration and discipline that every Air Force pilot must employ. Whether flying combat missions over hostile territory or flying in support of humanitarian efforts in adverse conditions. Now watch as Thunderbird 5 completes his rejoin with the Diamond to perform the low bomb burst. is Major Jeff Downey, Thunderbird 5, with one more surprise as he approached supersonic speeds. And while supersonic speeds are critical in chasing down the enemy, slow speed handling is just as important in aerial combat. Now, from the right, find Major Shoal, low and slow. If Thunderbird 5 completes his rejoin with the diamond to the right as this familiar formation approaches for the 5-card loop. Now, from your left, Major Shoal will demonstrate the exceptional climbing performance of the F-16 as she climbs 3 miles straight up. Dedicate this next pass to all the families here today whose loved ones are deployed around the globe in the defense of our freedoms. Now watch from the left as Thunderbird 5 demonstrates the raw power and tight turn performance of the F-16 with a maximum performance turn. Look over your shoulder to the right for precision flying under G. And feel the power of the Diamond Burner 360. Thunderbirds 5 and 6 rejoin with the Diamond to form the Thunderbird Delta Formation. We would like to take a moment to honor those veterans in the crowd today whose service and sacrifice have given us the freedoms that we so greatly cherish. Will now reposition the Delta formation for the Delta roll. As you take time to watch the precision required to maneuver 6 F-16s as one formation, let that serve as a reminder of not just the teamwork, but also the dedication and commitment that makes our team and the United States Air Force the most capable and credible force on the planet.
Yeah, they want me to quit, I can't stop it. I'm out of this world, I'm like a rocket. We got the drip, no other options. You bringing the noise, okay, let's get it rocking. Hey, turn the energy up. We got the juice and it's bills on everything that we touch. Yeah, and you can never be us. We're not afraid of the pressure because we good as
Soars above. We are proud to represent the 68,000 airmen who are deployed around the globe. While our airmen, guardians, soldiers, sailors, coasties, and Marines risk their lives every day to fight for democracy, it is the families that stay behind who are the silent heroes of our military. Their sacrifices do not go unrecognized. And we thank every mom, dad, husband, wife, son, and daughter who support their deployed military member each day while they fight to keep our country, the land of the free, and the home of the brave. Now, from the right, watch the formation of 6 F-16s precisely maneuver, showcasing teamwork at its finest for the Delta Loop. As the Delta repositions for the Delta Burst, the flying skill and grace you see evolves from over 72 years of technical training and thousands of hours of practice and deployment. Every airman who wears the Thunderbird uniform is a military member first, highly trained in a professional Air Force skill. As airmen first, Thunderbirds use years of on-the-job training to provide consistent and credible global vigilance, global reach, and global power, giving a critical edge to today's joint warfighting and coalition teams. Wherever they have been before, wherever they go after the time on the team, the Thunderbirds are airmen first and airmen always, faithfully and professionally, representing their brothers and sisters in arms who are providing unrivaled air, space, and cyber dominance around the globe. Approaching from directly in front, your 2025 Thunderbirds in the inspirational Delta Burst. Solo pilots are approaching for their final high-speed head-on pass. As they cross at show center, watch for them to climb sharply, then reverse course in a split-S maneuver to cross again with a knife-edge pass. Let's go inside the cockpit and listen as they execute this breathtaking maneuver.
Fellas, ready, hit it. Top 42320. Five on top 44300. 5 is on the line. Gotcha 5. ready, hit it.
Ladies and gentlemen, no other maneuver is more closely associated with the Thunderbirds than the one you're about to see. Look to your left as the diamond approaches for the high bomb burst. As your Thunderbirds prepare to land, we hope you have found today's performance inspirational. It is the culmination of hundreds of hours of training and preparation, representing the unparalleled devotion to duty of every combat airman in your Air Force. We encourage those young people in the audience today to dream big, choose integrity, to serve their communities and families, and to surround themselves with excellence. representatives are planning on coming forward to sign some autographs and talk about the great opportunities that exist in today's Air Force. This will take place along the crowd line at Show Center in front of our jets. We hope you'll stick around, give us the opportunity to meet you, sign some autographs, take some selfies, and let us answer any questions you may have about serving this great nation. Please visit us at airforce.com/Thunderbirds or follow us on social media at AF Thunderbirds. Now I'd like to take some time to recognize some of the men and women who made it happen. It is my pleasure to introduce you to an important group that represents all of our Thunderbird enlisted professionals. In the center is our line chief from Locust Grove, Georgia, Technical Sergeant Peyton Purcell. Crew Chief Thunderbird 1 from Forest Falls, California, Staff Sergeant Ian Hauser. Assistant Crew Chief Thunderbird 1 from Cedra, Puerto Rico, Staff Sergeant Jonathan Torres Zayas. Crew Chief Thunderbird 2 from Bolivar, Ohio, Staff Sergeant Tiffany Moser. Assistant Crew Chief Thunderbird 2 from El Paso, Texas, Staff Sergeant Ureli Vega. Crew Chief Thunderbird 3 from Atlanta, Georgia, Staff Sergeant Brandon Kaiser. Assistant Crew Chief Thunderbird 3 from Scranton, Pennsylvania, Staff Sergeant Megan Galasso. Crew Chief Thunderbird 4 from Peoria, Illinois, Senior Airman William Dominic. Assistant Crew Chief Thunderbird 4 from Garden Grove, California, Staff Sergeant Eloy Lycona. Crew Chief Thunderbird 5 from Las Vegas, Nevada, Staff Sergeant Aaliyah Wyrick. Assistant Crew Chief Thunderbird 5 from Charlotte, North Carolina, Staff Sergeant Jordan Hutcherson. Crew Chief Thunderbird 6 from Baton Rouge, Louisiana, Staff Sergeant Elquan Harris. Assistant Crew Chief Thunderbird 6 from Dallas, Georgia, Staff Sergeant Justin Widener. Ladies and gentlemen, as the roar of our F-16 engines fade away, it marks the completion of today's demonstration, the 5,179th in team history and our 46th of 64 scheduled this year. We are pleased to have flown for you today and to showcase the quality in action and pride in performance that has been the foundation of the United States Air Force for over 77 years. It takes more than just superb flying ability to accomplish the Thunderbird mission. It takes outstanding support, including 130 of the finest enlisted members of your United States Air Force, and 6 additional officers, including Thunderbird 7, our operations officer from Jacksonville, Florida, Lieutenant Colonel Tyler Keener. Thunderbird 8, that's me, Major Brandon Maxon, our advanced pilot and narrator from Ontario, California. Thunderbird 9, our flight surgeon from Longview, Texas, Major Jacob Hall. Thunderbird 10, our executive officer from Las Vegas, Nevada, Captain Jan Vecchio. Thunderbird 11, our maintenance officer from Colorado Springs, Colorado, Captain Natalie Winton. Thunderbird 12, our public affairs officer from Claremont, California, Major Crystal Jimenez. Your demonstration pilots for the 2025 Thunderbird team. Thunderbird 1, the team's commander and leader from Heartland, Michigan, Colonel Nathan Malapa. Thunderbird 2, the left wing from Greensboro, North Carolina, Major Josh Burris. Thunderbird 3, the right wing from Cerritos, California, Lieutenant Colonel Ian Lee. Thunderbird 4, the slot from Florence, South Carolina, Major Tyler Clark. Thunderbird 5, the lead solo from Arlington, Virginia, Major Jeffrey Downey. Thunderbird 6, the opposing solo from Columbus, Texas, Major Laney Scholl. The Thunderbirds, thank you for letting us perform for you here in the great state of Maryland. Now it's my pleasure to hand the mic back to the voice of the Joint Base Andrews Air Show, Mr. Mike McFarland. You got it, Mike!